will begin. Thank you. May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held March 18th, 2024?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Moving on to the first order of business, PCR 32-24, resolution relative to bids. May I have a motion for the meeting held on March 18th?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Solicitor.
before you proceed to the bid package, I would just like to let the record reflect I'll be recusing on bid 2024-322. I have the appropriate form for the clerk, and City Solicitor Mike Rosillo will be sitting in to answer legal questions.
Thank you, Solicitor Walsh. Thank you, Solicitor Ursillo. Bid number one is 2024-322, City Hall Plaza Site Improvement. May I call the mayor? Mayor, please introduce, and then you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bid, as you said, is on City Hall Plaza. Special circumstances, and I believe there's been a legal challenge, so I'm going to turn it over to Solicitor Ursillo to take the reins right now.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chairman, the city has received a protest filed by Bentley Companies LLC regarding this particular bid. Bentley maintains that it was the low bidder on the project and should have been awarded the bid. As you are aware, our consultant Beta Group is recommending that the bid be awarded to Tower Construction Corporation. So the issue is this. Was Bentley the low bidder, or was Tower Construction the low bidder? The issue with Bentley's bid is that although it wrote a lump sum that is the lowest bid on the bid sheet, adding up the individual unit prices on its bid sheet reaches a higher number that does not qualify as the lowest bid. Now, as you can imagine, when bids are filed with the city on a daily basis, issues like this, whether they be clerical issues, scrivener's errors, etc., they come up from time to time. The RFP that the city publishes actually anticipates these types of issues because the city can't be in a position of having to review and decide what happens if someone makes a mistake. So the bid document itself clearly states in the event that there is a discrepancy between the unit prices and the extended totals, meaning the lump sum, the unit prices shall govern. So there's already a mechanism in place pursuant to your bid documents that say if there is a clerical, scrivener's, or other addition error, it's the unit prices that will control. So in accordance with the RFP, the city, in my determination, is bound to resolve the discrepancy on Bentley's bid sheet by looking at the individual unit prices according to which Bentley is not the lowest bidder. And in the correspondence you received from Beta, dated March 29th, 2024, it lists a number of issues. It just wasn't one. As a matter of fact, it was 4 different issues that this particular bid had in terms of the numbers. So I also want you to know that approximately 3 o'clock this afternoon, Bentley did in fact, Bentley Companies brought a lawsuit against the city, filed it this afternoon to prevent the city from moving forward with awarding the bid this evening. The Judge Leach, declined to issue a temporary restraining order to stop the city from going forward with its bid this evening. It is my strong recommendation that you award the bid in accordance with the recommendation that you received from Beta, and in accordance with my legal determination that the bid should in fact be awarded to Tower based upon the clear and unambiguous language in your RFP, your request for proposals. I also know that obviously Bentley is here this evening, represented by counsel, and at some point I assume will want to be heard. And I will answer whatever questions anyone from the council may have concerning my recommendation or this issue in general.
Thank you, Solicitor. So in the right order, I think that it would be proper just to ask any of the members of this committee if there are any questions pertaining to the exact information that the solicitor has given us.
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Not on the information the solicitor provided, but could we have a few minutes to read this memo?
Absolutely. And the memo has been split. Has anyone on the council, or would, if they would like, Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. Just to start out, before we get into the substance, I did have a question for our city solicitor. I'm wondering, I'm not sure if you happen to have this handy in front of you, but if there was a case number assigned to the matter that was heard in front of Judge Leach earlier today?
Not yet. The case number has not been assigned yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any questions from members of the council concerning the information provided by the solicitor? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to just defer my questions or comments until we have a whole lot more discussion, which apparently we're going to.
Okay, just from that, I'm looking for clarification if council members have any questions towards the solicitor on the explanation of the city. The information that we have is in document from Beta information pertaining to the description of the bids and the memorandum. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to confirm with the city solicitor who's representing us on this, you have given us a documentation here, and your position is that the city council is good to move forward, that the recommendation that the administration is going to make to us regarding this project, the bid process was done in the correct fashion, and that we are able to move forward on this in your legal opinion.
In my legal opinion, yes to all of the above, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Chairman, I don't know, it's obviously it's your committee. Do we want to tackle the legal stuff here while the solicitor's here? I know there may be some issues, however you want to run it. But if we want to take questions on just the legal, if there's, I know there is individuals here that have legal counsel. It's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
I would, Mr. President, that is my intent. Thank you. Yes, that's, so I will then go to the audience, to the members of the audience and to ask any questions they have on any of the information that was brought up by the solicitor.
I think just the legal questions while the solicitor is here to answer those legal questions, and then we will get into the actual bid itself and go through the normal process.
Thank you. First, before I go to the public, Councilman Gebhardt.
Just a quick question. Solicitor, are you aware, was a similar evaluation of the Tower Group line item pricing done to the same level of depth that the Bentley was?
The only information I have, Counselor, is the information in the correspondence from Beta dated March 29.
Okay.
They obviously compare the numbers
Okay.
in columns in that correspondence.
Okay. All right. I'll reserve that question for Beta after we finish with the legal matters. Thank you.
Councilman, I could have answered that question. Beta analyzed both bids, and they can speak to that. We have representatives here from Beta.
So as of right now, Mayor, what we'll do is, are there any questions, concerns of the legal documentation or the legal issues that were brought up? Are there any further questions, comments from members of this council on the legal documents that were brought up by the solicitor? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you, Chairman. Oh, that didn't all come through. Thank you, Chairman. Let's see. I actually just was able to locate that case involving the, let's see, specifically, it's entitled Plaintiff's Emergency Motion for Issuance of a Temporary Restraining Order and Preliminary Injunction against the defendant, City of Warwick. So it's, as I was taking a very brief look at this, I believe that the complaint itself is about 7 pages long. I see that that motion is 10 pages long, has about 75 pages of exhibits, and I see situations like this where a party goes to court, Superior Court, seeking an immediate temporary restraining order. Judge Leach, he has an excellent reputation. I would certainly think that Judge Leach would carefully weigh the issues based on the information that's presented. And from my general familiarity with temporary restraining orders, it's a matter of weighing a couple of really two standards here, a standard as to the likeliness of success and a standard as to whether there is that type of imminent harm that would come as a result of the TRO not being granted to the aggrieved party.
Counsel Ricks, can I just interrupt? And I know you're
certainly.
giving us the standard. I just want you to know Judge Leach never reached the actual standard. He ruled on the fact that he didn't have a verified complaint in front of him with an affidavit, et cetera. So we didn't really get into those legalities, just so you're aware.
Oh, thank you very much. I was actually, that's the direction I was going, was I thought that he would have ruled on one or both of those standards, but thank you for clarifying that he did not reach that due to that prerequisite.
That is correct.
Yeah, that answers my question on that item. I suppose, let's see, my other question for the council solicitor, or excuse me, the city solicitor acting as council solicitor in this circumstance, is that would you have confidence in the city's ability to defend itself against this type of motion for a TRO on one or both of those standards in the event that it did go to a hearing?
I am absolutely confident. There are never any guarantees in litigation, but yes, I am confident.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking at this updated memorandum that we received here earlier, and it states that and it's dated March 29th, 2024, to Mr. Kravitz. It states that on the back page, it says, accounting for the above identified discrepancies, Beta Company's total base bid for items 1 through 97 should be $7,541,785. So my question is, does any member of the city council have those items 1 through 97? You do? How'd you get them?
The full bid tabulations are on the city website.
Does anyone have a hard copy of those? I'm asking because I don't. And as you all know, we've gone down this road before.
So, Councilman,
And,
the question is the stuff available to be observed and seen? Yes, it is. And I understand, but respecting the time of the solicitor and respecting the issue that is at hand, this stuff is available via a click away on the internet. So it is public. That is an acknowledged, acceptable form of communication. So to clarify and to understand this right is that the city entrusted Beta to go ahead and review and meet the standard and take this over. So Beta is the one who's making the recommendation, and their recommendation was made. The company, one of the bidding companies, debated it. It was filed into court, and the court refused to hear it. And here we are now getting ready to vote on this. The
Mr.
information
Chairman.
is there, but the information you need is all available online.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, could I finish my comment?
Well, you asked a question. I was giving you an answer. Go ahead. Please continue.
So with all due respect to a $7,219,000 bid, I think we can spend whatever time is necessary to go through this.
Yes, a lot of us,
the point being-
good point,
Mr.
Councilman, and a lot of us have spent a lot of
So,
time
that's-
doing the research on this and not waiting to get to the council to talk about it.
Would it be okay if I continue my
Please do.
communication without being interrupted?
Please do.
Thank you. So the point here is you've heard me numerous times speak about the problems with bid process and information that we receive, particularly in hard copies. And there's a couple of us, maybe a few on this council, who need the hard copies.
Councilman,
to go
once
through
again,
them.
you're asking about the specific
So,
bids.
I am.
Councilman,
This is all very
I am
much
going to
about
interrupt
this
you now
bid.
because we're talking about the legalities. We're trying to address one issue and you're going off on another tangent.
No, I'm not
I'm
off
asking
on
you to
another tangent.
redirect
I'm not
from
off
the
on another
legalities that
tangent.
the solicitor provided to us. Do you have any further questions or
I'm
comments?
not off on a tangent. We're talking about
From
items 1
the,
through
from the
97.
comments that were made by the solicitor,
Yeah.
do you have any further questions or comments?
No.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the public concerning this discussion? Yes, please.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the council. I'm Alan Fung from Leposaire and La Piscina, here on behalf of Bentley Companies, along with Jackson, Parmentier, and Jackson can speak. He's from Mike Kelly's law firm. He can speak to the substance of that lawsuit, and it is as Solicitor Ursillo indicated that the judge did not reach the merits of it because this was a rush scenario. We didn't have the opportunity to file a verified complaint to get to the merits of it. But in any event, I'm here on behalf of Bentley, which is a Warwick-based company, which some of you may know is located right on Post Road. The principal, Jason Pannone, is a Warwick resident. He's here as well. And principally under Ordinance 56-5, being Warwick-based should be a strong factor also that is considered in the award of contract. But here's the bottom line. We heard what Mr. Ursillo said as far as the legal arguments. The fact of the matter is we shouldn't even have gotten to this point. And the reason that I say that is this could have been worked out if Beta Group had just picked up the phone and contacted Mr. Pannone or someone at Bentley concerning this so-called miscalculation. We wouldn't be at this point because they would have learned, as you saw in the bid protest letter that was provided to each of you and the attached exhibits that show a lot of these points. It was basically a scrivener's error that happened where on Bentley's part, where it transcribed its internal bid numbers to the city's bid sheet, and had Beta made a phone call to Mr. Pannone or anyone at Bentley, they would have known that Bentley's number, that 6.884 number, was correct and a number that they stand by with the bid bond. We wouldn't have to get into this unit price, lump sum price. They are the lowest bidder. On top of that, one of the things that we want to highlight too, and Jackson can come up in a few minutes and kind of detail that second part about the RFP, and we're going to be awaiting, Beta's comments too, because there are clearly errors on Tower's bid as well. Clearly not identifying different specifications that were required. I'll just highlight just a couple of examples. They didn't respond on the minority portion. They also didn't include any required submission regarding its proposed subcontractor, whereas Bentley did. So for all of these reasons, we're asking that you either table this consideration tonight, even to the next meeting, so that we can have a more in-depth discussion with Beta, with Mr. Orsillo, so we don't have to get to the point of litigation, or at the very least, give us the opportunity to hear us out on this, because we shouldn't be at this point where we are today. So I'd like to call up Jackson and kind of highlight a little bit more of those areas.
Thank you. Good evening, Jackson Parmenter. I submitted, and I hope you all have a copy of the bid protest we submitted this morning. I signed that bid protest. I was involved in drafting that bid protest. And right off the bat here, the goal of this proceeding, and let me step back. I was a bit surprised. I don't know the procedural ins and outs of how this particular this particular item on the agenda got on the agenda, but it was our understanding at the outset that this would be dealt with at the May 22nd, or I believe the May 8th town council meeting. So when you look at the bid minutes, that's what it says. We didn't realize we were going to be here in an expedited fashion trying to ram this thing through, for lack of a better phrase. But in any event, we're here. And I think it's worth pointing out, Bentley's bid is the lowest. It may not be the lowest when you calculate out the bid line items, because there was this discrepancy, which, by the way, in the bid protest letter, we were able to show exactly where that occurred. Now, had Beta or whoever else was reviewing this bid said, they have a lump sum that's lower than the tabulated bid items, certainly the city can go to Bentley and request clarification and say, why is there this discrepancy here? Attorney Orsillo makes the point that he doesn't want to put the city in a position of always having to do this. Well, I don't think that's the case in this particular situation, because it's not often where you have a lump sum bid, and it's even a unique bidding situation where you have a lump sum bid, and then you also have a schedule of values or a schedule of bid items that you need to take your lump sum bid and plug in values for. At the end of the day, the lump sum bid is the lump sum price. It is what Bentley has been approved to obtain its bid bond for, and what they will perform the work for, period, end of story. That could have been made very clear. As a matter of law, the goal of the Rhode Island Purchasing Act is to obtain the best work at the lowest price. That is what Bentley is giving the city of Warwick. If they elect to reconsider, table this, maybe have some discussions with Bentley about the discrepancy, get clarity, and realize that if they go with Bentley's lump sum bid, which is their actual bid number, they will be getting the best price for the city of Warwick, to the tune of almost $200,000. There's a few things, and we can talk more about what Bentley did, but I think it's fairly clear. It was a scrivener's error. It was whatever you want to call it, clerical error. It is what it is. We're not hiding that. It was a mistake. And it's too bad, and it's unfortunate that we're here having to deal with it, but it was ultimately originally our error. But we're trying to correct it, trying to give an opportunity for you, the city, to come back to us and say, we want to get the best deal. We want to comply with our obligations of the Rhode Island Purchasing Act to get the best deal for the city. And in so doing that, they should negotiate with Bentley. Bentley, why is your lump sum what it is? That's the best deal for the city. There can be no dispute, zero dispute. There shouldn't be any legal issue with respect to having that conversation. That happens all the time in competitive negotiations. That happens all the time with respect to public solicitation projects. It happens with DOT. It's absolutely 100% allowed and legal, but it wasn't done here. So here we are. With respect to the actual RFP, let's talk about that. Section 1.14 regarding comparison of bids. That says the contract will be awarded to the lowest responsive bidder. Now, I think I've established that Bentley is in fact the lowest bidder, despite the clerical error, right? Their lump sum price is in fact the lowest, but they also have to be responsive. Bentley's bid was responsive. I'm not sure regarding what other issues existed that Beta dug up relative to Bentley's bids. I haven't been advised of that, but we can do an APRA request and get that information. But what I do know is that with respect to Tower's bid was non-responsive. So not only was Tower's bid not the lowest, it was non-responsive, and here's why. Specifically, every bidder on this project, so here it was just Bentley and Tower, they were required to submit under the quality assurance provisions of the RFP certain subcontractor qualifications. So for example, and I'm paraphrasing, but this is section 1.02 quality assurance of section 13.811. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas where a respondent to an RFP is required to produce these items. The first one states that the contractor installing and construction of the primary and secondary refrigeration systems must have successfully installed and constructed refrigeration systems and ice rink floors for 5 ice rink construction projects that are similar to this project and completed within the past 5 years. Well, they didn't provide that information. We did. With respect to the second, this involves the contractor's concrete subcontractor must have successfully completed the placement and finishing of concrete on 8 concrete ice rink floor construction projects within the past 5 years. They didn't provide that. What they did say is we'll provide that after we're awarded the project. Well, in what world does that make sense to say, we are going to tell you, don't worry about it. We have qualified individuals. We'll tell them to you after we formally get
Mr.
awarded.
Parmenter, I got to interrupt.
Sure.
For clarification, and I'm sorry, this was debated at the court earlier. Right now, the legal discussion is the disqualification of Bentley from this bid. And you're swaying over to the issues that the other company had. I'd like to redirect us if you don't mind. So you have issue with the beta, correct? You have issues with the rating system of beta, because it sounded like you said the general theme that I'm listening to is that beta did not contact Bentley.
Yes.
Concerning.
Correct.
So if I'd like to bring up beta, because to answer that, if they'd like to come
Sure.
up, I'd like to bring them up to reply to that.
But if I could just get through the balance of this, Judge Weech did say he didn't make a decision today, just so you all know. The solicitor is correct. Judge Weech insinuated that he may in fact be inclined to do this, but for the fact that we did not have a verified complaint. So this will be something that may be coming up later if things transpire the way they may or may not. I don't know. But I think it's important to note, because we're talking about Bentley's bid and the bid not going to Bentley. It's important to note if you're going to say Bentley should be disqualified because they made a clerical error. But on the other hand, saying Tower should get the bid despite the fact that their bid was non-responsive, to me, that doesn't make sense. I mean, I see this all the time where you fail to submit what's required under the bid, your bid's thrown out, done. You don't get the chance to say, don't worry about it. I'm going to provide you that information after I'm awarded the project. How do you know that the subcontractor that they're utilizing is going to be qualified before you award them the project? So that's the point. That's why Beta included this in here specifically. And I'm sure they can speak to that and say, that's why they did it, right? And there's some other items that are required as well. Control subcontractor, similar type item, successfully completed the programming and installation of 2 ice rink construction projects that are similar to this project that were completed in the past 5 years. So similar to the previous. Contractors, expansion joint subcontractor. Again, for all of these, none were submitted by Tower, but we did submit it. Our bid was responsive. That's the point of this exercise, just demonstrating to the committee that our bid was in fact responsive. And not only was it responsive, it ultimately was understanding the language that exists in the RFP that the bid items will control. Our bid was in fact the lowest bid and was also responsive.
Councilman Foley wishes to ask a question.
Mr. Jackson, am I correct?
Mr.
Parmenter.
Oh, I'm sorry. So your point, if I may cut to the chase, is you were not awarded, your client was not awarded the bid because of the ruling. But you're saying that likewise, Tower should not have been awarded the bid because theirs was non-responsive.
That's correct.
So you're admitting that your client did not made a clerical error, and you're not disputing that. But what you're saying is, at the same time, the other bidder, Tower, was not responsive. So their bid was also faulty.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Just, I'm trying to clarify.
No, and stop me if you have any questions. I'm happy to answer them.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, unfortunately, I didn't know I would be sitting in for Solicitor Walsh this evening.
Yes,
And
sir.
I actually have another meeting that I absolutely must go to, but I know you're going to have Beta come up, but just two things, quick legal responses. Number one, no, Beta, in my determination, Beta had no obligation to reach out to Bentley or any other biddee with regard to their numbers because the RFP already provides ahead of time what happens if there's a discrepancy in the numbers. It couldn't be any clearer. It basically says the unit prices will control, not the lump sum. That's there for everyone. Everyone knew about that. And I dare say that the council, or the city, will have a problem with tower construction if, in fact, we go against what our own bid document says. So that's why I feel so strongly about this. With regard to whether tower construction's bid was responsive or not, because it did not list the subcontractors, as Mr. Parmenter is indicating, in my opinion, though it was responsive, those aren't material in the same way as prices and numbers are. I'm sure Beta's going to respond to that for you. But bottom line, the council is within its authority to award the bid this evening. And again, thank you, and I apologize for having to leave.
Thank you, Solicitor. And the item you identified was the comparison of bids is Section D of the document that was supplied to everybody?
That is correct. 1.14D, as in David, and it states in there, and every bidder knew this, that whether they make an error, whether it's clerical, Scrivener, or whatever, this is the way it's going to come down. So there's really, the city, after the fact, after the bids have been opened, doesn't have the opportunity at that point to say, oh, we think you made a mistake. Did you? You can fix this now. That's what the issue is. And I'm sure that that's the issue that Tower would zero in on if, in fact, we didn't abide by our own RFP.
But I will say the city does have that ability, though. The city always has that ability to reach out for clarification. And I guess the point of this is, if the city is ultimately looking to get the best deal with the contractor who was the most responsive, in fact, the only contractor who was responsive under the RFP, that contractor is Bentley. It's the lowest price. It's the best bang for your buck for the city. For some reason, that gets thrown out the window because we're looking at the technical language of the bid documents. I know bid protest law. That is not a bar for you going and saying, hey, there was a mistake made here. Can you provide us, Bentley, clarification relative to your bid? Because it is odd that your lump sum is different from your bid item prices. To me, that seems like the most effective, certainly most cost-effective way to go about resolving this short of litigation. And another reason why, in my opinion, and this is what we discussed with the judge without him making a decision, we may go back tomorrow, this should be tabled for a period of time. Keep in mind that on the bid agenda, the bid minutes, this wasn't supposed to happen until April 22nd. The project isn't supposed to commence until late May, early June. We have time to try and work this out and get the best deal for the city. So it makes no sense in my mind to rush this, jam this through at this hour when we have the ability to investigate this further and determine what is the best value respondent relative to this particular RFP.
Right, but nothing is going to change the language in the RFP. And as Jackson knows and will agree with me, the bid is awarded to the most qualified bidder, and that doesn't necessarily mean the lowest bidder. And in this instance, Beta has made the recommendation to you that the most qualified bidder is Tower for all the reasons we've been discussing.
And that's nothing
Thank
that's nothing that's been publicly disseminated, correct?
Yeah, the council has Beta's recommendation in front of it, yes, and we can get you a copy of it.
Great, I'd appreciate that.
Just for the record, you have about 40 seconds of your 10-minute allocated time.
Thank you. I think that's about it. Yeah, at the end of the day, the last piece, and Attorney Fung touched on this. more reason why their bid was non-responsive. They didn't submit their MBE enterprise form. This is Tower. And they didn't present their statement of proposed subcontractors. So it's littered with omissions that render their bid non-responsive. And I don't see how the failure to include these items is not material. Your subcontractors, the individuals performing the work, are a very material component to the construction project. That's where construction projects get into issues, where you have unqualified personnel performing those jobs. And here, we're not going to know whether or not they're qualified until after the project is apparently awarded to Tower, if that's the course of action the city elects to take tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Parmenter. Councilman Sinapi.
So I'm incredibly uncomfortable with the prospect of discussing this in open session. It is explicitly a matter of litigation. It seems to be that all parties agree with that. And it's not appropriate for us to discuss our side or their side from a perspective of the pros and cons and legal strategy. It's just a remarkably bad idea. So I'm going to request we go into closed session. And in order to facilitate that, there's a couple ways to do it. You could vote just to get this to the council with no recommendation. That way we can discuss it. And then at the council level, we can go into closed session via a vote, assuming the majority of people on the council wish to do so. But unless and until that happens, I would request respectfully that the council refrain from discussing the matter or from asking questions that imply your thought process on the matter.
Thank you, Councilman. I think what we'll do now is give Beta an opportunity to explain the standards that were set forward, and then we will move forward from there. Thank you. Is there a representative from Beta here?
Randy Collins from Beta Group, Vice President and the lead landscape architect on the project.
Thank you.
So when we looked through all the bids and we saw the clerical errors, and just to be clear, there was a couple of them, two of them being the most important ones, one on the base bid, as it's been already discussed with regard to not adding in those elements as it relates to those last few items. There was also a discrepancy in the number 2 alternative, where the unit price was listed as $875,000, I believe it was, but their total number was $5,000 in the total item number. So what we did is use that number, the number of the unit written out, to calculate the total bid, including all of the alternatives. We did notice that Tower had mentioned that there would be letting us know about MBE and also the contractors that were requested to have up front within 5 days of award. We would have to be satisfied with those contractors. If we were not satisfied with those contractors, we wouldn't be moving forward. So we chose to move forward with making the recommendation that we did based on the bid that was in hand that we used to calculate and determine what the bids were, and also looking at that particular item as well.
Thank you. And could you just give a brief description of how Beta became involved, how the city obtained you, and the purpose of why the city obtained your services?
Well, we were obtained through the process of going out for a request for proposal. I believe that was a little over a year ago. We submitted amongst a number of other folks. It was based on qualifications and bid price, and we were selected by the city to undertake the project.
Thank you so much. And do you have a final, so we move on with the council, do you have a final comment on your recommendations?
No,
what is your official recommendation for this council to take action?
Based on the magnitude of the discrepancy, based on the ability to be able to still not have any, to comment on the subcontractors and MBE, we feel confident in recommending Tower for the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman.
Mr. Chairman, I want to be on the record agreeing with Councilman Sinapi's position, and I object to these proceedings continuing. given the fact that it seems pretty apparent that there's going to be litigation coming from someone.
Understood. The litigation is already there. What we wanted to do is, since Beta, the comments were brought up by Beta, I wanted to clarify what Beta's purpose was, what their decision was, and their confidence in recommending we move forward on this bid. After all, that's what we're here to do in the Finance Committee. All this happened at 3:30 this afternoon. So we're trying to get through the clerical, if you will, and now we're moving forward to the process where we as council or we as a committee can make a decision on a recommendation for this project. With that said, I'd like to hear if there's a presentation from the administration on the project so we can address this bid.
Good evening, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director.
Thank you.
I've heard all the discussion tonight. As for a presentation on the project generally, I can tell you that there are 2 new utility poles that have been set that you may have noticed in the back of the property. The National Grid, that's exciting. That's something you don't see to happen that early in the project. We know that the city has obligations with Greenwood Credit Union, which is exciting, advertising for this project. We know that we've compensated Beta already over $500,000 to complete their design permitting. It's ready for construction. We know what happens when we delay projects and what happens to cost goes up. When we first opened these bids, we're excited about it. Of course, we wanted to give it to Bentley. They're right next to us. It can't happen for the reasons discussed. I think it's very important to move forward and begin the project and work with Beta, who will oversee the construction. If anyone has anything specific, you can ask me. I can try to answer it.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of this committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Hi, Director.
Hi.
Question, what was the amount of time from when this went out to bid to when the responses were due?
February 5th was advertised. March 21st, bids were due.
Okay, great, thank you. And it was referenced earlier that there was an anticipated date for when this would come before the council. Was that actually in the bid submission documents, or was that discussed verbally, or can you just clarify that?
Hello, Francis Gomez, purchasing agent. So to answer your question, what we do is when we put the bid tabulation together, we give a suggestion of when the bid might be going in front of council. Sometimes we get recommendations far beyond the 2 next council meetings from different departments. So it's just a suggestion. It might be on this one or it might be in the next one.
Okay, all right, great. And then, Councilman,
if I could elaborate on that a
Sure.
little bit more.
Mayor?
When we found out that it was going through, I called the council president because he had the authority to put it on this week's agenda. We saw no reason to lose another 3 weeks going into the spring construction season. So that's why it was not rammed through. It was just, it worked out.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see it obviously in our packet that we got about a week ago, and then it came up sort of at the end of last week. So given all the other information, just trying to reconcile what happened here. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Question for the administration. So to clarify, the administration feels strongly that we should move forward tonight as opposed to waiting until April 22nd. But is there any particular reason to believe that the numbers would tend to change due to waiting a mere 3 weeks?
No, I don't believe so, but I'm not even sure that's the point. I think when a bid is submitted and there's errors in it, the bid is opened, the numbers are there, our process about relying on unit pricing is very clear in the bid, and I don't think it's fair to Tower to really sit with the company and renegotiate numbers, albeit clerical error or otherwise, based on how our bid reads. We're in a worse position to not award to Tower. It's just going to delay everything.
Thank you. I'll keep a comment brief on this. I think that our city solicitor, I think that he put forth a well-reasoned argument here. I also think that Councilman Snappi and Lattiser have points that are well made here, that this may be the type of matter where, because it does involve pending litigation, it may be most appropriate for us to have an executive session to discuss this prior to voting on it. I'm a bit conflicted on this. I still very much have an open mind as to whether or not to proceed this evening, or whether to award the bid as recommended by the administration or not. So to be clear, I am very much keeping an open mind on all of this. I also certainly agree with the proposition that while, of course, number one, following the law, following our requirements to go with the lowest qualified bidder as per the definitions, as per the instructions that all the bidders had to comply with here, it strikes me that there is in any litigation, there is a certain amount of potential for risk. And in this litigation in particular, we're talking about differences of over $100,000. So given that, where I am leaning at the moment, and I'm certainly persuadable on this, would be that it may be prudent for us to continue this until April 22nd. That would give an opportunity for us to have that more thorough discussion with the city solicitor in executive session. It would also, if the litigation were to proceed through a temporary restraining order or hearing on preliminary injunction or anything of that nature, that would also give an opportunity for the judiciary to weigh in, and that would greatly clarify for us all whether, say, the judge was able to provide an opinion on the merits as to the likelihood of Bentley's success in this matter. That would also give us some excellent guidance on that. So for those reasons, those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to clarify that, this is a finance committee, and I understand what you're saying, Councilman, but the administration presented to us a bid to begin the work with a vendor to do the work for the skate, and so we're going to handle in the finance committee side. We're going to go with what our duties allow us to do, and that's a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Well, within this committee, a recommendation, and then it can go from there. As far as the legalities, that I'm going to let the courts handle that. But as far as this committee is concerned, we're going to look at the project and the bids, and that's what we're going to focus on discussing now. There was some legal stuff from 3:30 today, but we're moving on. So I understand what you're saying. Councilman Sinappi, I saw that you had your hand up as well.
Yeah, so we can go into executive session tonight if the desire is not to hold this. There's nothing stopping us from doing that as long as we properly take a vote, go into it for a proper reason, which we've already established. It would be litigation, which is one of the enumerated reasons under OMA. and then we have to properly seal the minutes afterwards, et cetera, et cetera. So it's nothing new. The fact that executive session wasn't posted on the agenda doesn't prevent us from going into it. In fact, for those of us with too much time on our hands, we can tell you that sometimes posting is actually frowned upon and can get you in trouble, depending on the circumstances present. Just ask Judge Savage. So that would be my preference if the committee's desire is not to hold it. And I plan on, again, requesting a vote for executive session once it comes before the full council, regardless of the recommendation, be it up or down.
All set? Thank you. Any further questions, comments from members of this council? Questions, comments from members of this council?
Mr. Chairman?
Who's that? Councilman Lattisaur.
So as a follow-up to Councilman Sinapi, is it your intention to make a motion to go into executive session or continue with the process that you're doing now?
For me, and I'd like to also turn to the council president. Again, for me, I want to reiterate, within the finance committee in the bid portion of this, the administration has sent us an item for bid, and the committee can make a recommendation and the council can then follow up. I think our legal counsel has given us a very strong, stern recommendation. So, and I understand that and I don't mean this in any insulting way whatsoever. There are a lot of lawyers putting on their lawyer's cap. I'm not one, you're not one. So my thing is I'm looking at the bid, the recommendation, and listening to the recommendation from our legal counsel. And that's how I'm seeing it. So I'll ask my thought is ask the committee for a recommendation and then set it to the council. But as far as the legalese, that's already been established in court, and as was stated by our counsel as well as the company's counsel, a decision wasn't made, but a request to hold was denied. So that means we're moving forward.
So, Mr. Chairman, I concur with you that I am not an attorney, you are not an attorney, but I am the only contractor, at least that I'm aware of, on this city council who has bid hundreds, if not thousands of jobs. And I have never, ever seen a vendor allowed to provide required documents in the bid package after the bid was awarded. Now that comes from a contractor, but what do I know? Thank you.
I'm not aware of any documents being awarded after we haven't voted on it yet.
Excuse me, I'm talking about the bid process. But in any event, let's see what you decide as far as Councilman Sinapi's position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Just going to reiterate my point. Please don't discuss the merits up or down of either side. I know I'm not the solicitor, but I would likely be made a party to this action if there was an action / if there's a continued action. I happen to be a lawyer. I do Open Meetings Act all the time. I do a bunch of other stuff too. Please, for the love of God, don't discuss the merits of either side.
Thank you. Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You asked my thoughts. So we're in committee. I think that you can run your committee how you want. You want to move forward, we move forward. I would recommend maybe do a PCR on this, pull it off the consent calendar. Is it on the consent calendar or is this a standalone? Yeah, so and then I would like to hear from the public as well to make sure. Then if that's what the committee wants to do, you are more than able to make a recommendation, and then we'll move forward with the rest of the agenda. And then when it comes to the full council meeting later this evening, Mr. Sinapi and everyone else can say. So right now, the only 3 people here that can make a recommendation at this time are the 3 of you. So I think that as chairman, you have the discretion of how you would like to move forward. And then there will be obviously a second opportunity for this to be discussed when it goes to the full council on whatever recommendation or whatever position that the finance committee decides this evening.
That was the intent. Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any further comments, questions on the bid from members of this council? I will now open to the members of the public. Are there any comments, questions on this bid from members of the public?
Council President, just a question through the chair to Beta, if you don't mind. I couldn't hear one part where he was talking about the non-responsiveness. I'd like to know whether or not they actually spoke with Tower or had any communications with Tower about that portion, because, you know, that goes to what's fair is fair.
Would a representative from Beta like to respond?
We had no communication with either of the bidders.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, comments from members of the public on this bid? Is there a recommendation from members of this committee? Oh, yeah, I apologize. Thank you. Give me one moment. May I have a PCR on bid 2024-322?
PCR 3324.
PCR 3324?
That's correct.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the bid, formerly bid 2024-322, now PCR 33-24?
Yeah, Chairman, for purposes of discussion and
Yes.
and further to various points that have been raised, I would move this to the full council without a recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. The recommendation is moved to the full council without a recommendation. I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman?
Mr. President.
So just for clarification for everyone here and following us, what we have done here, what the committee has done here is we have now pulled off this particular bid off of the consent calendar. So there is the finance consent calendar. There's a number of bids that call after that. This will now be a separate item, which will be discussed at the full council meeting later this evening. So the next item that they take is back on to the consent calendar. So now the City Hall Plaza site improvement is its own standalone bid. It is off the consent calendar. That's what that PCR means.
And Mr. President, for clarification, if there is a request by a member of the council to have executive session to discuss the events of today, that can be taken at that time?
Once we get into the full council and
Yes,
an
sir.
item comes up, any council member, or the full council, all 9 members are able to make comments, motions, and that's at the time they can do that.
Thank you.
And may I, please, just one more clarification. If we had in this committee put forward a motion to hold, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to discuss in the full
Right,
council, right?
right.
It would just be moved hold.
It would be held,
We can
right.
still take an action up to and including that when we discuss with the full council. Thank you.
Thank you. And as was said, that this, now that it's a PCR, it's still an active bid, if you will, with no recommendation. That will come later on the floor. Item number 2, bid 2024-427, repairs at Warburton Arena. Good evening.
Good evening. Christy Moretti, Public Works.
If you don't mind speaking up a little, thank you.
Christy Moretti, Public Works. Public Works is requesting to make repairs at the ice arenas, particularly for Warburton, in the amount of $184,867.27. The scope of work is to replace the 2 compressors that run the Warburton Arena. They will also replace a glycol pump that is not working. We have a heater to put on the oil, where it skims back. And I know there's one more thing. The skim and the 1-year maintenance on the Thayer compressors.
Thank you. Can you give us a brief, just tell us real quick, how old are the compressors that are currently operating right now?
With the exception of one on Thayer, which was just recently replaced last calendar year. They're 21 years old.
And how many compressors are operating?
All 4 are operating. The ones on Warburton they either need a rebuild, which is, I included the quote for the council's review just to show that we can have that scope of work done for $81,000, or we can replace both of them for $123,000. With the amount of issues that we've had with this rink in particular, it only makes more sense to replace them and then kind of start fresh, at least with that component, which is basically the heartbeat of what happens in that rink.
Understood. So the one that was replaced is going to stay, and the 3 others are going to be replaced?
No.
Okay.
So the rinks run independently of each other, but they have the same equipment. So there's one for Thayer with 2 compressors and one rack for Warburton with 2 compressors. So Warburton will get 2 brand new compressors.
Yep.
Thayer has 1 new compressor and 1 compressor that's original.
Great. That was one of the questions that actually was brought to my attention. Thank you for the clarification. So if I may, are there any questions, comments from members of this committee? Councilman Gebhardt. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaur. You let me know, right?
Thank you. Good evening, Christy.
Good evening.
So, Christy, as you know, I've questioned the expenditures on these ice skating rinks actually very recently. And here we are, we just come back for more and more money to do this. Couple of specific things I want to add. Oh, first of all, last Thursday, I had sent an email which was sent to you requesting reports and invoices regarding those ice rinks in terms of expenses, et cetera. Did you send them to me?
I provided them to the administration as I was directed.
Say again?
I provided them to the administration.
I'm sorry,
I got the direction from the administration. I did not get an email.
And what was the direction?
To provide them with the information.
Not to provide me with the information?
No, I was directed to provide it to them.
Oh, so, okay, so last Thursday, I requested this information and you directed it to the administration, but somehow I don't think anyone responded to me. Chief, did you send me those items?
No, Councilman, we haven't been able to compile the information that you've requested yet. That's why we haven't sent it.
You haven't been able to compile it?
Correct.
Isn't compiling that information, which you already have in the system, isn't it something similar to just press a button and the information is there?
I think it depends on which numbers you're seeking. I can't speak to the process. I'm not the one who runs the numbers.
Well, what I'm seeking, I thought it was quite simple. It was asking how much money did we spend on those 2 ice rinks regarding the compressors and the refrigerant and all of these other things that we're talking about here right now.
So, Councilman, both Christy and Eric are happy to give you their best estimates from the last numbers that they've looked at. They'd be happy to answer that. There's nothing holding them back from doing so.
So answer it now. Gives me a whole lot of time to analyze that. And I don't think it's going to provide me with the 2 years of information that I was asking for. You're asking for a substantial amount of monies to start fixing things or replacing things in this arena. What I want to know is how much taxpayer dollars have we continued to pour into these same items over the last 2 years? I asked the questions at the last meeting when things were coming to us for approval, and I didn't get any answers then either. So what are those numbers? We don't know, but yet we're being asked to approve almost $185,000 of additional repairs and replacements on these 2 ice rinks.
Councilman, your email asked for a breakdown of money spent on repairs and replacement of equipment in the 2 ice rinks. I can tell you since fiscal year 21, we've spent $627,000.
On repairs?
Yes,
That was what year?
since fiscal year 21.
Fiscal year 21 to current day, you spent almost 700,000?
627,000.
627,000. And that's on compressors and coolants. This is essentially repairs, right?
Yes.
Okay. And sure, go ahead.
Just through the chair, does that include HVAC as well as the ice making apparatus, or is that limited to the?
That is strictly for the work that's been done on the refrigeration system.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Thank you for the interruption.
So on the refrigeration, does that include the chillers and the coolers and whatever other components that we're talking about here now?
Yes, the entire refrigeration system.
And in your, well, actually, it's Director Earl's position paper here. It says that replacing both compressors for Warburton Arena is the most prudent course of action. So why didn't the light go off before we blew 700 grand on repairs to come back and say, oh, now we've got to replace everything?
Those repairs have been not necessarily all on one single component. It's
No, I
been
understand.
a accumulation of repairs that have been done. We also have 2 cooling towers that are on top of that building that are part of the refrigeration system. We have glycol tanks, we have pumps, we have, the refrigeration for that facility is impressive. The panels are bigger than a doorway that run each chiller rack. So yes, we have spent a lot of money, but as you recall, and I think we discussed this at the last meeting, when Public Works was tasked with taking over the care and maintenance of those facilities, we had a lot of work to do. And unfortunately, it wasn't in the best condition when we took it over.
Took it over from who?
When Mayor Picozzi took office, he had tasked Public Works with maintaining those facilities.
When you took it over from whom?
It was part of the Recreation
Parks and
Department.
Recs. I think they're a department of the city, right?
Right.
And they were charged at the time with the maintenance and repairs, et cetera, right?
Right.
Part of the city.
Like at the last meeting, I told you I can't speak to what happened prior, in that gap in between us taking care of the facility, but there was a lot of work to do. We have refrigerant leaks because the compressors vibrate so much. We can have them rebuilt for $81,000 on just one rack, just Warburton. That doesn't include anything else, which doesn't make any sense when it's more money. We spend $123,000, but we certainly cut down on the amount of service calls, the amount of refrigerant leaks that we have, and the patch welds on the piping and things of that nature.
I agree. A lot of things don't make sense. Just continuing to throw good money after bad doesn't make any sense either until you get to the point of no return.
Well, I did ask.
And also in this position paper, it says Glycol pump that is faulty requires replacing, as well as relief valves on both chillers require replacing because they do not meet code compliance. How long has the city, because we don't know, who's responsible for it? Was it Parks or was it, DPW? How long has the city known about these items that do not meet code compliance?
Well, as you'll see in the packet, I provided the service report that mentions that. That's when we knew that was an issue. And I think it was dated February 23rd.
So how long has this been?
As far as I know, that we were essentially notified February 23rd.
That those items were not in code compliance?
Correct.
And don't we have normal inspections on these things? Regular inspections? Aren't these regularly inspected?
We have maintenance, we have preventative maintenance, and we have repairs. Preventative maintenance is rebuilding the compressors, rebuilding the crankshafts, and taking them apart, putting new parts in, putting them back together. That's what we would get for the $81,000. As far as regular maintenance, yes, we do, but we've had more repairs than we've had anything else. So unfortunately, when it comes to regular maintenance, it kind of is going hand in hand because there's so many things wrong with this system that need to be corrected. Now, just as just to make a point, I reached out to the company and said, how much would it cost us if we were going to replace our refrigeration system? And the response that I got was only the items that are accessible, which doesn't include the pipes underneath the floor, and anything else that we can't physically see because it's encased in concrete or whatever, $8 to $10 million. And that's just a ballpark estimate.
$10 million. For just those components for these 2 ice rinks.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
If we were going to wipe it out and start from scratch. So we're doing our best to just keep what we have running.
To keep kind of limping along.
Well, replacing these compressors would certainly go a long way in keeping the service calls down to a minimum. A lot of the ones that we've had have been for the Warwick rink because we have low oil pressure. It doesn't skim back off the refrigerant the way it's supposed to. So we've had a lot of issues. And like I said, the vibration causes cracks in the pipes, then we lose refrigerant, and it's kind of snowballs. So we're presenting this as our best effort to make sure that as we move forward in the future, that we have less issues.
I also asked for the total revenue that has been generated by this rink over the last 2 years, and I did not receive a reply to that question either.
Public Works doesn't handle the revenue, so I couldn't speak to that.
Mr. Chairman, the point is, I asked the questions ahead of time, before the meeting, in an email, directed to whoever the responsible departments were for this information, and it wasn't provided. And here we are now at another council meeting, going at it on the floor. So even when I do request this information ahead of time, it's just whatever, moved along, and nobody gets back to me. So we have is there someone from finance? Mr. Schaefer is here. So can Mr. Schaefer tell me as a matter of fact, I'll ask Mr. Schaefer. I can't remember if he was included on that email or not, but does Mr. Schaefer know how much revenue we've generated from those 2 ice rinks in the past 2 years? Through the chair, of course.
Mr. Schaefer, the councilman asked, and Councilman, if I may, after this answer, it'll either be, I'll move on and ask other council members if they have, and the public, and then I'll ask this committee to vote if they do so, extend your time if that's requested. Mr. Schaefer.
Mr. Chairman, before you do that, my question to you is, the time clock of 10 minutes, is that 10 minutes with me talking or 10 minutes with me and the department head talking.
It's actually 12 minutes and 28 seconds
not the
with
question
you
I asked.
talking.
Are
And
you-
I,
are
and
you
like
keep-
you see, to answer your question, it's paused when
You-
it's
you
paused when
pause
other
it
people.
when
Yes.
Someone, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer, the question was, do you know the revenue of the rinks?
First of all, I did not see that question. I
Okay.
saw an earlier question, Councilman, relating to moving paving money, and I sent a communication to the chair, moving some paving money to pay for this and a couple of other things. I did not see the question. It's an easy answer to, if I had the right document with me, but I don't have. You could look at, if someone's got a budget, you can look at what we collected in 22 and 23.
Give me one moment. I'm going to
I
refer.
get the rink and the swimming pool confused. That's the thing.
No,
So
that's
I
fine.
would
Mr.
need to look
Schaefer,
at
I
the
saw that
document.
Councilman
It's
Gebhardt
publicly
had it.
available information from your budget document in terms
That's-
of projections.
Mr. Schaefer, that's what we're going to miss, Councilman Gebhardt.
Well, I just handed it off, but it's somewhere on the order of $500,000 a year.
Thank you.
Is what the income is for the last 2 years.
A year, you
I think
said?
that goes back to
Yeah.
21 on
Yeah,
there. Yeah.
Great. So that is supposed to just correct the fact that I didn't receive an answer to my question? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, it gives you an
No.
answer to the
Okay.
question.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm too busy trying to dig out all the other information that I'm not being provided to necessarily chase down this stuff. But we'll
Thank
keep
you.
asking. Thank you.
Are there any questions from members of the council? Any further questions, comments from members of the council? Are there any questions, comments from members of the public on this bid? Questions, comments from members of the public? Councilman, are you requesting additional time? Thank you. Is there a recommendation on bid 2024-427?
Can I ask?
Absolutely,
one more
please.
question?
Councilman Gebhardt.
Christy, just a quick question. So we got another update on ARPA priorities in advance of this meeting where the compressor replacement was described. Thank you, helpful. In that document, it described $251,000. So are there additional bids related to this that are coming?
There's another one, a little bit further on the docket for
Oh, on the
about
same-
60 some odd $1,000 for
Okay, all
refrigerant,
right,
yes.
got it. And then in terms of, if I understand what you're trying to do here is leverage ARPA money one time to, defray these incidentals that we keep encountering over and over again. Are there other projects at the existing rinks that don't cost $10 million that you have on your target list while we have ARPA money in play? Or is this sort of all of the big ticket items that we can get ahead on?
The facility overall is in pretty good shape. It's just this particular area that we have a lot of issues, due to age and, the way it's running and things like that. But overall, we don't need to replace dasher boards or, anything like that. It's nothing, it's mostly dedicated to this particular room. Everything else that we do in that facility comes out of our operating budget.
Okay. And can I ask you a difficult but fun for me question?
Sure.
So if magically you had $8 million to replace the compressors, would you rather replace the compressors or build an additional rink?
That's not a fair question. And those two can't be compared. They're completely different. The function of this is different from the other one. But, if I had $8 million, yeah, I'd put upgrades into the, the two ice rinks that we have, but it doesn't, the function is not the same as what we do as to what's proposed out here.
Well, you have to take care of all three of them, so I figured I'd give you the opportunity while you're at the mic. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Is there a recommendation from this committee?
April action. That's what I'm saying.
What are we talking?
Yeah, we're good. We just keep.
Oh,
keep
for
moving.
crying out loud. Thank you. That's what you were trying to say. Yeah. Got it. Item number 3. Yeah, you tried. You tried staring me. You did. Item number 3, bid 2024-429, purchase of 2024 Chevy 550 with 8-yard curb tender.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, point of order, the members of the public weren't asked for a
Yes, they were.
comment. They were?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Did you hear it? I didn't hear it.
Chrissy, thank
Yes.
you.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yes.
Okay. Public Works is requesting to purchase a 2024 Chevrolet 5500 with an 8-yard curb tender body. This vehicle will replace the vehicle that we use to pick up trash at parks, ball fields, playgrounds. The one we have is out of service. So right now it is being picked up with a 1-ton dump truck. And the employees are lifting the barrels. As we know, the season is basically on us for, the traffic to pick up at these locations. So the automotive division found this vehicle. It is brand new. It will be shipped to us. Shipping is included in the whole dollar amount of $150,355.
Thank you. And this kind of goes hand in hand with what we talked about. We're really investing in improving our parks, investing in improving outdoor activity areas. And so obviously, as we're increasing the load, the weight of the operations, we have to also be cognitive to the support it. I saw your hand up, Councilman Foley.
Just a quick question, Chrissy. What you're saying it's replacing a vehicle?
Yes,
What year is that vehicle?
It's a 2019. It is a 2010. It has 226,772 miles on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Christy, when this vehicle's in service, how does this work? Does this work like trash pickup, where on Monday it goes over here and Tuesday it goes over there, or is there a schedule? Is it on demand? How does
So
that
this vehicle's in service 7 days a week, 365 days a year, with the exception of major holidays. We do have someone that does work Thursday to Monday shift, so the trash gets picked up on the weekends at all the facilities, and they make the rounds. Literally every day they make the rounds and pick up at all the facilities. The major, mostly used ones like Oakland Beach, City Park, the ball fields when they're busy, things like that, they do every day. And then there are other stops that they make like every other day. So, but yes, it's a heavily used vehicle.
And then is that manual, or how did for this park behind us? How do they access those receptacles? They go down and pick it up.
So this was probably a great example, just because I believe they have a dumpster. But the barrels that we have that are located like at City Park, the big blue barrels that we use for trash, right now they're being manually emptied. So I'm sure you can imagine there's some weight to them. But with this truck, they can strap the barrel in and tip it kind of like our regular trash. Obviously, it's a much smaller size truck, and they dump it a couple times a day. But that allows them to get into we can't take the bigger trucks into the parks, playgrounds, and stuff like that to empty the trash barrels. So this is a perfect size for us to do that. And it, like I said, replaces one that we had.
Oh, this actually can go into the smaller areas.
Yes.
Understood. And then some of those receptacles are mounted, aren't they?
So the mounted ones, there's a barrel inside that they would
so
just
they
take out and
pull up.
empty.
Okay. Sorry, well, I love trash. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Christy, when if this is approved, when do we receive this vehicle?
If this is approved, I would call the vendor tomorrow. We'd have to get a purchase order issued, obviously, and get the check en route for them to bring it to us, but we'd probably have it within 3 weeks or so.
Okay, so the vehicle it's on the lot somewhere.
It is,
ready to
they, yes,
be
they,
delivered.
they are holding it for us
Okay.
pending approval here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Christie. The next item is bid 2024-319, ammunition. Major?
Good evening. Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. Police Department is requesting a 612 alteration to contract to increase the spending authority under bid 2023-319. This bid is for ammunition, and the vendor is Deese Firearms LLC of Texas. We are requesting to increase the spending authority by $150,000, which would raise the overall spending authority under this bid to $250,000. If approved, funding would be continue to be derived from the Police Department's operating budget code 30-236, supplies target range.
Thank you, Major. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Major.
Good evening.
So, Major, I know we spoke about this a little earlier today, and the question I asked was, what do we have for inventory on the ammo right now?
So I have a copy for you if you wish. I can leave with you. So right now, all our various different firearms, ammunition, 9mm ball, we have approximately 96,000 rounds. 9mm hollow point, approximately 50,000. 223 ball round, 72,000. 223 tap, 200. 223 match, 1,500. 308 match, 8,000. Simunitions, approximately 4,000 total. And rubber fin rocket, which is a less lethal round, we have approximately 1,500 of those on hand.
So with this amount of inventory on hand, I still don't understand why you're looking to increase this bid to 150,000. That is just an astronomical amount of monies for ammo that we're talking about here. This morning, we had talked about 9mm rounds, and I think you had said that in the past year or in the past budget for this, you had expended 129,000 rounds, I think it was.
I'm sorry, when was that?
With the 9mm ammo.
Yeah.
You had gone through approximately 129,000 rounds.
That's what we had on hand last time this was up for bid.
Oh, that's what was on hand?
Yes, and our people recommend 88,000 in and around that be the bare bones minimum that we have on hand in reserve at any given time.
And right now, you still have 96,000 rounds left.
We do. So part of this is if we look back to a couple of meetings ago when we approved the purchase of the rifles, we're expanding our patrol rifle program. That's going to require those who aren't trained in the patrol rifle to be trained in the patrol rifle. So if this 612 is approved, 66,000 of that 150,000 will be going to the purchase of ammunition for the rifles so as to properly train the personnel that need to be trained.
Did you say 66,000 will be going to purchase 223?
$66,082.50, yes.
So that's about 140,000 rounds, 150,000 rounds?
No, my people have it down as 89,000 rounds.
You said you're going to use 66,000 rounds?
No, $66,000
$66,000.
of the 150 that we're seeking would, right off the bat, that would be allocated over this remainder of this fiscal year and the fiscal year 25. That's how much of that would be right off the top for the 223 rounds.
So 66,000, that'll buy 100,000 rounds, right? Actually, about 140,000 rounds.
My people have 89,000 rounds.
89,000.
Listed, yes.
So they're saying that 223s is 80 cents a piece?
I don't have that. I can give you the, let's see.
223. Can be purchased for about 50 cents a round.
So
With
they're
with
approximately, they
tax.
sell them in thousands. They don't.
Sorry?
Our vendor sells them in thousands.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. 1,000 rounds
Yeah, so
is about $450 right now.
Our bid price for 1,000 rounds of the 223 is $742.50.
I think we're buying from the wrong people. 700 and some odd dollars for 1,000 rounds?
Yes.
So what's the grain in those? That is a wild number for 223 rounds. You can go online and get them for 50 cents a piece.
This bid was approved, I believe at least a year and a half ago. And 612, we added a year to it last December. They were the we had three bids. They were the most viable, best bid. They guarantee a 30-day delivery, whereas another vendor said subject to manufacturer availability, and the third vendor said 365 to 600 days for delivery. So the third vendor also had a laundry list of contingencies on their bid, so that's why we did not go with them. And their bid pricing was guaranteed to a date that predated when that original bid was on docket for finance, which made no sense, obviously.
So is it correct that if this bid of 150,000 were approved, that in 2 years, you would be spending about $275,000 on ammunition?
This would bring the total bid to 250,000.
250,000.
It's over 2
years.
bid years, 2 fiscal years, 3 calendar years.
Over 3 calendar years.
Well, yeah, it transcends 3 calendar years, not full 3 calendar years.
For a total of $250,000 worth of ammo.
Yes. Again, a big chunk of it is the training for the new rifles. That's gonna, and that we expect that to be a temporary increase in what we need, because once everybody's trained up, obviously that need for the extra ammunition to train will be lessened, and just require annual qualification sustainment amount of rounds.
Major, the problem I have is, particularly now, knowing the inventory that you have remaining on this ammo, in addition to the inventory you have, you're requesting an additional $150,000 worth of ammo for a little over 1 fiscal year. Is that correct?
For the remainder of this bid, yes. So we don't have this just sitting in a closet all the time. We're constantly using rounds. So next month in May starts our annual qualifications for all officers, and that expends a lot of rounds. We have people in the academy that takes an exceptional amount of rounds that we have to allocate for them. And then again, the training, the remainder of our personnel who are not trained yet in rifles, patrol rifles, that's going to take up quite a bit.
Have you used the entire 100,000 on the previous award?
It's just about done, yes. We have about $1,900 remaining in that.
How much, please?
About $1,900.
I still couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
1,900?
1,900.
Yep. See, we order these in a large bulk order, so we're not ordering these in a $2,500 order or
Right.
55. I mean, we're pretty much making that one bulk order.
And that 1,900 that's left, is any ammo on order now that hasn't been received?
Not right now. It's again, this vendor is exceptional. That's what makes them so attractive, that they've been very easy to deal with, very quick, unmatched delivery time compared to other vendors. And we have in stock what we've ordered so far from them.
And in spite of the things we've discussed, what your current inventory is, what your projected needs are, you still feel that it's necessary to increase the bid from last time by 50%.
I do. Our personnel at this time, this is what our needs are for this particular item. It's spending authority. In other words, we still have budgeted money, so we're not increasing our budget per se. So the money's there in our budget line item for ammunition. We have approximately 68,000 remaining this fiscal year, and anticipated replenishment July 1st.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public?
I have a couple documents I'd like to give the Finance Committee and the Council President from the city budget. So the document I've just given you is the historical use of ammunition in the city of Warwick. So interestingly, in 18 years, from 2004 until 2021, the city expended $20,600 annually if you average it all out. And so now from 2022 to 2024, we're going to have an 885% increase in that. And our average now will be from $20,600 a year historically to $177,000. I have a real problem with this. First of all, you just quoted prices that are just out of the ballpark, because the best 223 that you can buy right now, full metal jacket, match grade, PMC, bronze, reloadable, is $400 1,000. The 9mm, best that you can buy on the market right now, $264 1,000. 12 gauge, 35 cents a round, $250, $92 per 500 rounds. These prices are outrageous. So the question, I have several questions on this, because the optics of this are really bad for the city, all right? So in the last month, we bought an armored personnel carrier. We bought an $780,000 mobile command center. We bought AR-15s to put in every single vehicle, and now we're going to buy, if you average it out between most of the three rounds, You're going to be buying 800,000 rounds of ammunition. I mean, is this something that the general public should know? I mean, are we going to war? 800,000 rounds? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I've spoken to a lot of police officers in the last 24 hours. Typically, your qualifications are twice a year, right? You shoot 50 rounds, and then you shoot the night rounds. Is that correct? Usually they shoot 3 magazines, 12, 12, and 13, and then they do a night qualification. Is that correct, Major?
Major, the first question was, are we going to war?
That's not my to my knowledge at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The second question was, rephrase the question, please.
Oh, I thought he
Chair.
heard it. The second question was, am I correct in assuming that they qualify twice? They have a day qualification where they shoot 3 magazines, 12, 12, and 13, and then they do a night qualification?
The question, Major, was like the qualification standards of the city, I guess also to
repeat it?
include the recruits and new hires and transfer hires and the certification of those police officers.
What you're talking about, Mr. Cody, is bare bone minimum. By law, we're required to train once a year, or certify once a year, and also include an October night shoot event. That's a bare bones. That doesn't include the SWAT personnel.
Right. So I was
trainees.
correct in those 2 qualifications.
I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry. What was your last sentence, your
There's a
sentence, Major?
whole other like realm of rounds that are expended for training and everything else I've already described. In addition to that,
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Cody.
Question to the chair. How many rounds were expended today?
Major, the question was how many rounds today?
how many do we have?
Yeah, how many rounds cumulative were expended today?
I don't know how many were expended today.
How many rounds were expended yesterday?
Why? What's the point of that question?
Well, the point of that is with the amount of money that you want to spend on ammunition, you need to expend 2,153 rounds per day. So I'm wondering what type of training that we have to have where we're going to expend 2,153 rounds per day. When you take the average of the 3 rounds that you use the most, it just seems like this is an exorbitant amount. Look, if you look at the chart, this is what we've expended, Major, right? This is your historical chart of expenditures of ammunition. And I'm just wondering why we've gone up 885%. These are the facts taken directly from the city budget. So I'm concerned as a resident that we have such a massive, I mean, this isn't just this little jump. I mean, in 2021, we used $8,000 worth of ammunition, 2022, 131,000. So, I mean, I have no problem with SWAT team practicing, right? I do have a problem with the need for every officer on duty to have an AR-15. I think that goes without saying, and I think a lot of residents are very upset about that. Historically, in the city of Warwick, we've never had to have that. And the general optics of this is that our fine police department is being militarized. And that's what it looks like. I mean, I checked with a lot of other departments that don't spend anywhere close to this. So I guess my question through the chair would be, why such a dramatic increase all of a sudden? What is the need for such a dramatic increase where I don't think we have any other line item in the budget that has shown an 885% increase in expenditure? Could someone answer that for me?
Major. Again, the purchase of the rifles recently, we're training up those who are not certified in it. That requires an extraordinary amount of rounds per person to be fully certified according to the laws that we had to abide by. So that expends a lot of rounds. It also uses not just rifle rounds, it uses regular handgun ammunition rounds because they need to learn how to transition from one weapon to another during the course of their training.
So historically, officers on duty didn't carry an AR-15. That was dedicated to the SWAT team, correct?
Heavier rounds were traditionally SWAT, yes.
SWAT team. So I guess what has taken place in the city of Warwick of such level of violence that now every officer has to have an AR-15. And the one thing that I just have to say this, that you deem those weapons in your bid package as patrol rifles. But if anyone in the audience owns ones, it's an assault rifle. I just want to make that clarification. I think that this is abusive to the taxpayer. I don't think there's any reason for this. In the city of Warwick, which we just read a couple of weeks ago is the 5th safest city in New England, right? And now we're spending in the last couple of weeks over $1 million on militarized weaponry. And I just don't understand if there has been an increase in violent crimes which necessitates that. And I guess I would like to ask one question through the chair. When was the last time that an AR-15 carried by the Warwick Police Department was dislodged and utilized during a violent crime in the city of Warwick?
Approximately 18 months ago.
Pardon me, I can't hear you.
Approximately 18 months ago, I believe it was.
18 months ago? And where was that at?
I don't know if the chair wants to get into that.
I was just going to say, I'd like to keep it in the the form of the
I just
bid.
I don't know. I've lived here for 64 years, and I'm just looking at a chart that is indisputable that from 2004 until 2021, the city seems to be pretty safe with an average of $20,600 a year being used on ammunition. And now we're going to increase that by 885%. It scares me. It says to me that there's a threat out there that our men have to be so highly trained and militarized and be trained in the same fashion that Navy SEALs are trained and Special Forces are trained and Army Rangers are trained that are carrying AR-15s every day. And I just don't think that necessitates the atmosphere in the city of Warwick doesn't necessitate it. And I mean, this is just another example of the abusive expenditure of funds in the city of Warwick. And I think if you guys get on the phone and spoke to your constituents and said, hey, we're going to stockpile 1 million rounds of ammunition, because that's what you're doing. You're going to stockpile 1 million rounds of ammunition, and you're buying it at probably the most expensive price, because everywhere on the internet that you can buy it from major distributors is almost 50% off. You just said it was over $700 for your 223, when you can buy that anywhere, the best in the business, for $400 1,000. That needs to be taken into consideration. I think this council and this finance department needs to do their homework on this bid. And I also, when I looked at the bid package, I didn't see the pricing broken down per bulk. It was not in that bid package that I looked at. Maybe it's there, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see it broken down in the package that I looked at today on that bid, which is 2023-319. And also, when I looked at it, the original request was on December 4th, 2023 for $100,000. And now the increase is for $150,000, but it's in the same time period. It says that the bid will be good from March 21st, 2024 to March 20th, 2025. So that's 1 year, right? 1 calendar year, $250,000 worth of ammunition. I think it's excessive, and I think it shows to the general public that there might be a problem why we need such armament in the fine city, which is the 5th safest city in New England. Thank you.
Are there any further questions, comments from members of the public? Major, thank you. And I think to wrap this up, I would simply say that the greatest threat to us is the threat we're not prepared for. And I want to thank you for making us the 5th safest city in the country. Thank you.
And I'll just add that if we knew what just enough training and what just enough ammunition, if we could measure that, we would do that. But quite frankly, we can't do that in today's world.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilman.
I'd like to ask for PCR on that, please.
Give me one moment. I just gotta get the paperwork. There we go. Madam Clerk, may I have a PCR on bid 2024-319?
PCR 3424.
31-24 per request of
No,
Councilman
no,
Latta.
no. 34.
Oh, thank you.
I have a question before we move off.
Oh, certainly. Councilman Gebhardt.
All right, so, Major, I just had one or two questions. With all due respect to the last speaker, this chart doesn't tell me everything that I would need to know, because obviously the price of rounds has increased, so this is just showing us the dollar basis, so I can't quite get to the number of rounds, but that would be helpful to know. The other piece is, part of the reason that it's cloudy for the public and for us, what the costs are on these is because we've essentially continued on the pricing and the bidding from December of 22 to we still Thomas Morris 3. Is that still
That may have been the last prior to 2022.
Okay. Eagle Point, who is
I believe
this?
that's the same with Thomas Morris.
Okay.
In Eagle Point.
All right. Deese Firearms. Okay, got it. It's all part of this same bit. We switch from Thomas?
I believe they were the last vendor.
Yeah, they were the one awarded in
2021. Probably
2021, and then it came before. This one's been, I guess, without getting down the rabbit hole, the point here is that we haven't bid this in a while, right?
Correct. So we bid on the price that's at the time of the bid that goes out to bid. We can't. We don't have the luxury of just walking into DNL and buying the rack rate ammunition at will. That's why I'm here before the council. So we're locked into that bid at the time. The vendor's been exceptional. Like I said, it's this other vendor, the one that you just mentioned, Mr. Gebhardt, he's the one that couldn't guarantee any time. He said delivery was a year plus. He said the price guarantees were such a date, it expired before it even went to council for approval. I mean, that was obviously a non-starter at that time.
Understood. Got it. Oh yeah, I see that in this memo. So, I mean, I don't know what the trends are in terms of the cost of rounds. So I'm just saying that the pricing we have here based on the bids extends back some. So if the price has gone up, then good for us. If the price has gone down, then we may want to consider, refreshing our pricing at some point in the near future.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. The time is 6:53. In order to get the council meeting started at 7 o'clock, we're going to pause the Warwick Finance Committee for comment. The next two items up for discussion will be bid 2025-010 and 2025-010 Bravo. Fire apparatus repairs.
Councilman Howe, do you guys want to take a vote on that PCR first, and then we'll break? Do you want to make
yes.
a recommendation?
Thank you, yes. May I have a motion on bid PCR 34-24?
Move favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. The time is 6:53. The Finance Committee is now in recess.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we are going to pause until 7 o'clock, where we will start the full council meeting. We will have roll call, salute to the flags. We will do general communications, and then executive communications, and then we will move back into the Finance Committee meeting. So we'll see you back here at 7 o'clock.
No.
It's cool. 40 years. No.
Yeah. Oh. How about that? It's hot. Big voice, deaf ears.
Yeah.
Big ears too. Big deaf ears. Sorry, I'm just not. I've been sitting all this time. I gotta stand. I'm gonna stand up and sit. I got professional development tomorrow. The geniuses at the State House made a right to read day. We gotta do all this training for right to read. I did it all in one day. I purposely did like 14 hours straight. So now I got 4 days. Are you against? I got a vision, Dave. No. The right to read. I'm begging them to read. They just don't want to read. We got to give them the right to read. Yes, please let them read. I'm all for it. I have a vision. I go sleep in. Where do you go to get your book? I know you're going. Well, I go. Oh yeah, yeah. I got to try that place again. I didn't go to coffee bar. Small. They're former. So I would refuse to go. You couldn't go in there. I had to take a coffee. Oh, I had a figure. So you couldn't go in, just get a nice cup of coffee. I can't. I gotta go to work. They didn't. Did you get paid? Yeah, I'm getting paid. I mean, because they gave us a week off on Thanksgiving. We have to figure that out. And then 2 weeks at Christmas. So nothing's getting done from those 2 weeks in between.
Yeah. That sounds about right. I'm so tired here.
Good evening, everyone. I call the April 1st, 2024 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister.
Here.
Mr. Foley.
Here.
Mr. Gephardt.
Here.
Mr. Howe.
Here.
Mr. Lattiser.
Here.
Mr. McElroy.
Here.
Mr. Ricks.
Here.
Mr. Sinapi. Ms. Travis. 9 present.
Thank you. Councilwoman Travis, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched
Thank you very much. We're now moving to general communications. This is announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, I'd like to call for a moment of silence for Liam Dempsey, the little boy who was killed in my ward.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else under general communications for members of the council? Councilman Howe.
Mr. President, the city of Warwick, we definitely have our public safety challenges and tragedies. And I just want to simply say one general statement from the neighbors that I've spoken to. There's just one message I'd like to give to our public safety officials, and that is very simply to the Warwick public safety officials, very simply on behalf of the citizens, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anything else under general communications? Councilman Ricks.
A brief reminder that the presidential primary is held tomorrow. I believe Warwick will have 9 polling locations open, 1 in each ward. Goes from voting at, let's see, I believe it goes from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. So although if you follow the coverage, it appears that candidates for major office may have the nominations clinched, it's still of symbolic importance to get out there and vote. And also, there are still delegates where for that respective party and that candidate, those have yet to be determined. So there is a purpose to getting out there and voting tomorrow too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gephardt.
I just wanted to make a call out that today is April 1st. It's 401 Gives Day. It's put together by the United Way, Rhode Island's Day of Giving. I'm looking at the screen here, over $2.3 million raised so far today for Rhode Island nonprofits. There are a number of Warwick-based nonprofits who are participating, including our next door neighbors here, the Warwick Center for the Arts, the Warwick Police Athletic League, the Warwick Animal Shelter, the Center for Mediation, who we've seen here before us, amongst others, Girl Scouts of New England, House of Hope, and others. I think it would be a great story for, there's some incentives on 401 Give Day. If every member of your nonprofit board participates, there's added bonuses. And I just think it would send such a great statement to the citizens of Warwick if every member of our city council participated today and made a gift to one of these Warwick-based nonprofits. So appreciate your support. I got mine done at 4 o'clock today and got a little match from the Rhode Island Foundation. So urge you to go to 401gives.org and support your local nonprofits. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, I just wanted people to know that this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're having the Ocean State Grand National Karate Tournament. And we're already out of the Crown Plaza. We're using other hotels. So at the next council meeting, I'll give you a report how many hotel rooms we used. So it's really busy this weekend for the city of Warwick from all the visitors we get. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other under general communications? Okay, next up is going to be a presentation from the director of the Elizabeth Buffin Chasen Center, which is also on 401 Cares today. So we'll put a plug in for her organization as well. And if Judith Earl is here, if you want to come up to the microphone here, the Sergeant of Arms will turn it on for you. And we thought with all that's gone down in the last couple of weeks that the great work that Judith and her organization has been doing for years for the city of Warwick, we wanted to invite you in so we can hear about the great things that you are doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to come. It's been a long time since I've been in these chambers and talked to you, and many of you are new. Some are old friends. And again, thank you for having me come. I thought what I would do is tell you a little bit about how we started, what we've been doing, and where we think we're headed. Back in the 1970s, a small group of women who worked to improve the community had just finished establishing the Warwick Museum, which is next door. That was a project of the General Federation of Women's Clubs of Warwick, the Warwick Juniors. They were looking for something else to do that was equally important, and they started to look into the subject of battered women. So there wasn't anything anywhere in the area to help battered women. It was a relatively new movement still in 1979. So they went to the mayor at the time, Joe Walsh, and asked if there was anything that the city of Warwick could do to help them to establish some services for women who were fleeing from abuse. Mayor Walsh did. He gave the annex building of the Conimicut School, the Conimicut Elementary School on West Shore Road. There was a brick annex in the back. It had been a school, and it was now abandoned. So he transferred that over to this young group of women, and they spent a couple of years turning it into the Elizabeth Buffum Chase House. So that was they incorporated in 1979. So 45 years ago, the agency was founded. And during those 2 years of working on the building, they started a hotline, crisis hotline, which is the first way in which we can help people who are isolated because they're facing abuse in their homes. In June 1981, the shelter opened with 23 beds, 4 cribs, and several youth beds. And it was a booming business right from the start. The shelter was always full. I started on the board there in 1982, and I can tell you that anytime I went in for meetings, the place was always filled with women and children. Also in 1989, there were 2 houses that were acquired through the expansion of the airport. And those 2 little houses were moved to land that was given by the city. And so the 2 little houses found new homes and a way to help people who were experiencing violence. We also started to put advocates in the courthouse, at the Kent Courthouse. And at the time, it was the old courthouse, and the advocates worked in the hallways. So if there were women coming in, victims coming in to seek restraining orders or help with services, our advocates found them in the hallways, and the abuser might be 2 feet away from them, but they did what they could to help them out. When the courthouse was renovated, when the new one was built, we were given an office. And so now we have 3 full-time advocates who take care of anyone coming into that building for help with domestic violence or sexual assault cases. In 2001, we decided that we needed a place in the community. We were working out of a hidden shelter, and it was really hard for those of us who were doing the work to be out in the public when we couldn't tell anybody where we were. So we embarked on a capital campaign, and gratefully, one of the first people to step up and take a leadership role was Ed Lattiser, who worked tirelessly during those few years of raising money. We started raising money during 9/11, and yet we were still able to go forward and raise the $1.6 million that we needed. The city council deeded to us the Ferris Health Center, which was in ruin and was probably the most deplorable piece of property in all of Connecticut. And a mere $1.6 million later, in 2 years, it was ours. And it is where we work today, where most of us work today. And it's a beautiful center in the heart of Connecticut and is open as a drop-in center. No one lives there, but it's a drop-in center. It's a place for counseling, support groups, and where many of our staff are working. So since that time, we have taken not just the 2 little houses that we got and turned them into transitional housing, but again, with help from community services in the city, we were able to purchase another house and turn that house into transitional housing and then subsequently into safe shelter. So that left us with this beautiful building where we started, the brick annex building. And that was empty for a few years. The trend was less shelter for women and more services in the community. That seemed to be the growing trend as abusers were being held more accountable and women and children didn't need to uproot themselves and go into shelter. So we decided that it would make a perfect place for permanent supportive housing. And again, it took 7 years of cobbling together federal grants. It took time to renovate it from what it was. And we had a ribbon cutting during the height of the pandemic. And that was in 2020. And we now have a beautiful building that has 7 units of permanent supportive housing. So in the years that we've been in business, we've gone from a hotline to a safe shelter, a big safe shelter, to a small safe shelter, to transitional housing, permanent supportive housing. And all along the way, the city of Warwick has been a great partner in what we've been doing. We also have expanded our mission from just domestic violence to serving victims of sexual assault and trafficking. We work with children. We work with children who are in schools with teen dating violence prevention. We do a lot of education in the community as well. And from our humble beginnings, we are now working in 16 cities and towns in court. We saw over 4,100 individuals last year alone, and that is unduplicated. That means 401,000 individuals that we saw last year, and over 500 were from the city of Warwick. What we found is that if someone comes to us and is seeking shelter, safe shelter, maybe where we are located isn't the best place for someone from the city who lives in the city of Warwick. Maybe it is, but maybe it's very dangerous. So we partner with our sister agencies in other parts of the state to make sure that we can provide them with services, but they can also live safely elsewhere. So what I wanted to just say is that we started out with a vision. The city has helped us with that vision and has believed in us for all of these years. The trends for the future include, as you can imagine, that there's a need for affordable housing everywhere. We have people who come and stay in our shelter to flee, and we're able to help them with job training, with getting their finances in order, with court advocacy, with counseling, but there's no place for them to go. And so they stay longer than they should. And so that's a challenge for us. It's a challenge everywhere, and one that we continue to work on. We have a need to increase our clinical services for children who witness violence in the home, because these are the children who are tomorrow's victims or abusers, very likely. So we try very hard to work with them while they're still young, in spite of what they've seen and witnessed in their homes. We collaborate with all of our city partners, and always have. We have a great relationship with the other nonprofits in the city. And we look to see where we can combine our funds. to maximize the services. We figure that we serve probably of the 10 or 12 nonprofits in the city, we probably share about 3,000 people in common who are Warwick residents. And so helping them to navigate from our services to other services is something that we do work on quite a bit. So I wanted to thank you. I don't know if this is exactly what you hoped I would share, Councilman, but I'm happy to take any questions. But I wanted to say thank you for being a part of this movement and the Elizabeth Buffum Chase Center for every one of the last 45 years.
Well, thank you. And this is exactly what we were looking for. We wanted to highlight all the work that you've been doing for all this time. And I was thrilled to hear about my colleagues' work with you to get it started. And this is why we wanted you to come in. We want to make sure as many people know about what you're doing. So if someone is in crisis and they need to reach out, they know where to find you. So I thank you so much for coming here and sharing your story.
Yeah, and I will say that we have 5 full-time staff who work out of 11 police departments and 1 who works full-time out of the Warwick Police Department. So situations like the most recent one that was mentioned and others like it, you can be sure that our staff is right there.
Great. Thank you very much. And please know you have our full support. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is executive communications. There are none. Let's finish the first page. So A is the acceptance of the minutes from the council meeting held on March 18th, 2024. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
For action, he moved favorable. Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So at this time, just give me 1 minute. I want to go over so we can explain the next process. I just have to check on one thing. Hold on 1 second, please. So barring any objection, we have a number of people here. We had started a conversation at 6 o'clock. We went about an hour and a half on that. So I'd like to pick up that issue at this time, which was, it's now a PCR. I don't have it in front of me, but the City Hall Plaza site improvement. We discussed that. I know a couple of council people have some things. First, let's get this out of the way. Solicitor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Same issue was cited in committee. I've provided notice of recusal on this matter before the council. This is bid 2024-322, which was subsequently assigned PCR 3324. I'll be recusing on this matter, and the clerk and the Ethics Commission will have the appropriate paperwork.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. So moving forward, we will not, we can all stay here, but we will not have legal counsel. So any questions on anything, I'm just going to put it up for a vote between the 9 of us as we move forward. So what PCR? So this is PCR 3324, the City Hall Plaza site. Let me just let the finance people get their notes.
Could I ask for a quick clarification, just so I'm clear?
Sure.
So is this immediately a vote on the potential for executive session, or are we simply vote on whatever is proffered?
Correct. So my first question is there any objection to hearing this item at this time? Is there any objection to that? Okay, hearing none, we will now hear this item at this time. So now I'm going to open it up for any questions, comments, amendments, or anything like that. And as I mentioned, kind of in uncharted territory here. So anything, we're just going to put it up for a vote. So Councilman Sinapi.
So unless we're going to hold this, I'm going to request to move to executive session. So because the possibility for holding exists, and because the executive session is rather extreme comparatively, I guess I'll first move the hold and we can see the outcome And if it fails, I'm going to move for executive session.
Okay, so you're making a motion to hold, second by Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comment, and second by Councilman Ricks. Any questions or motion to hold until when?
Just the next meeting.
To the next meeting, which is April 22. Any questions on the motion? So this is a motion to hold at this time. Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll on a motion to hold until the next meeting. No.
We aren't supposed to just, I know you said on the motion, we can't discuss whether the whole, was that
I
what
said,
you
is there any
indicated?
questions on the motion to hold? Any comments on the motion to hold?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, City Clerk.
Mr. Foley,
No.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
No.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
No.
Mr. Ricks,
No, as a procedural vote.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
4 yes, 5 no, motion fails.
Okay,
Move to reconsider.
okay, there's a motion to reconsider. Do we have a second on that? Second. Again, I'm just going to put everything up to a vote at this point in time. So there's a motion to reconsider. It has been seconded. Any questions or comments on the reconsideration? Councilman Howe.
A comment. We had the legal, I am not a lawyer, so this is in discussion of this. I am not a lawyer. So before we hold, I depend on the council, on the solicitor. I depend on the lawyers that are hired by the city. This legal action was brought at 3:30 this afternoon. Put everything aside. It was brought to a judge for an immediate pause. It was denied, thus moving us forward on this vote. The solicitor of the city advised us that this is a solid, as did the bidding company or the review company of Beta. They said 100% they support this moving forward. The city feels very comfortable moving this forward. The city solicitor feels very comfortable moving this forward. I am saying this as I am not a lawyer. I am going on the recommendations of the lawyers. If this is going to continue as a legal, I'm very nervous in the bidding side of things as the chairperson of finance of what the future holds. If every time someone at the 5 o'clock hour decides to go ahead and challenge something, what's the next step? Like, will that be the new tactic? And I'm not saying this is a tactic, so don't take it that way, please. Will that be the new tactic of the future, where 3:30 will be in court? We argue this bid when the guidelines that were given to us by our solicitor, highlighted and identified, are right here. I depend on what the solicitor says, and that is what we retain him for. I depend on what Solicitor Walsh says, who had to remove himself from this process. Right now, I have no one to go on, nothing to go on, except for the information that was given to us, as well as the stuff that was read. That is why I'll be voting to move forward and not to hold this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sinapi.
So the reason why I'm requesting the hold is because we were told certain things as far as the legal position. I have questions and comments regarding that and regarding other aspects that were not otherwise addressed. And I know I am not the only one with such questions, and I know we have at least one other council person here who has somewhat of an expertise in the area as well, who I'd like to hear from, but not in open session, for the obvious reasons. And that being said, Councilman Howe's spot on as far as his decision-making process is what it's supposed to be. And I'd be happy to have the discussion and to provide more information in executive session as opposed to holding. Frankly, it doesn't matter to me which route we go. So if there's a preference, to do executive session, that's fine. For all I know, the administration might prefer it because it's possible we go into executive session and we come out, everyone's ready to vote one way or another on the item. That's absolutely possible. So if the overarching desire is to have the discussion as best we can tonight, then sure, I'm for that. And if it looks like that's what we want, rather than have like a narrow vote on holding, we could just do executive session. Would that be preferable to Councilman Howe and everyone else who would prefer not to hold? Because if so, I'll drop the request to hold. I'm not trying to browbeat anybody into it, and we can just do executive session instead.
Well, Councilman, at this time, it's Councilman Ricks's motion for reconsideration. So we voted no on the hold, but he voted in the affirmative, so he asked for reconsideration. So before us right now is a motion to reconsider the vote to hold.
That's true, but Councilman Ricks needs my vote.
Say that again?
That's true, but Councilman Ricks needs my vote for this to continue. So one way or another, if the preference is for executive session and to potentially vote on the item tonight as opposed to holding, I can make sure that happens simply by voting the other way on this motion. So what I'm trying to decipher is that the preference from those who do not wish to hold?
Councilman McElroy.
I agree with Councilman Sinapi. I prefer to go into executive session rather than to hold it.
Okay. Councilman Ricks, again, this is your motion. Do you want to withdraw your motion?
I'll just say briefly that the reason why I made that procedural no vote in the first place was because first, I was not certain whether the initial vote would make it the first time. And then in the event of having an executive session, it would seem logical to me that we would desire to be able to proceed with a hearing on April 22nd as opposed to a later date. And if there was no proper ability to reconsider the vote, then that would rule out that possibility. So with all of that said, it does appear that at least one other member would prefer executive session over a motion to hold. My concern is that having executive session here tonight without the city solicitor, I'm not sure how productive it would be. However, having the executive session, it does not rule out the ability to hold it to April 22nd either. So for those reasons, I will, for this moment, drop my motion to reconsider and reconsider the motion to hold. I will reserve that motion, and instead I would move to executive session.
So you're withdrawing your motion to reconsider?
Yes.
You still have the floor, so now you are making a new motion to go into executive session.
Correct.
First off, do we have a second on that? Second. Okay, now we're going to open up a discussion, and I want to hear from the administration on this as well. Here is my concerns on this, and Councilman Ricks already touched on it. We don't have an attorney, so we're going to go into executive session without any legal counsel. I just don't think that is productive. I also have concerns on how we enter into something that was not on the agenda. I know Councilman Sinapi can speak to that, but again, I feel in a better place if we are moving forward with our legal counsel. So I am not in favor of moving to an executive session. I think you need a solicitor in there, and we won't have a solicitor in there. So I'm not sure what needs to be privileged if there's no attorney in there for us. So I want to give the mayor an opportunity to speak on this. And then, like I said, we're going to vote everything that comes before us. So,
Mr. President?
Hold on, let's let the mayor speak.
I'll defer to the councilman.
Okay. Go ahead, Mayor.
Yes, Mr. President and Council, I object to holding this for 3 weeks for any period of time. I don't object to executive session. And should you hold it, it's my intention to invoke my right under Article 2.9 of the Charter for a special meeting. It will be later this week. This isn't something should be held. We've gotten a solicitor's legal opinion. Our recommendation to this council is not going to change in 3 weeks. It's not going to be litigated in a courtroom the next 3 weeks. There is no productive reason to hold this. So as I said, I would be more than willing to go into executive session with you and discuss it, but if we're going to hold it, I'm going to move forward with that method. And respectfully, but there is no reason to hold this for 3 weeks.
Thank you, Matt. Councilman Ladders.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would concur with your position. It is concerning. I don't have a problem going into executive session, but I have a problem going into executive session without legal counsel there. Legal counsel from either our city council or from the city itself. That is very concerning. For that reason, I would support a hold until the next meeting when the city solicitor or a solicitor can be present during executive session. I don't think a couple of weeks on this thing is going to make a difference, but I think in the utmost of caution, we should at least have legal representation there. Thank you.
Councilman Foley.
I am against going into executive session. I'm against holding. I agree with Councilman Howe and the mayor. We have had legal representation. Nothing has been presented that changes what city solicitor told us at the beginning of the meeting, that he believes us to be on firm legal grounds. If we interject ourselves into this bid process over and above what our role is, I'm fearful of litigation against the council. I'm going to side with the city solicitor and the mayor, the administration's position. I am in favor of voting on this bid tonight. The plaintiffs, the people who have been here and came and gave their time, have gone to court. The court has not ruled in their favor. They still have that avenue to proceed with. I am not in favor of interjecting the city council into this further than what our role is clearly defined as. A presentation has come in front of us, the Finance Committee, and now the whole council, with a recommendation from the administration. Further, we have an opinion from the city solicitor with their legal opinion. So we have heard from the legal community, our legal community, and their recommendation. And that's where I'm going. Thank you.
Nappy.
So a couple things. One, the procedural one, just to verify, Councilman Ricks, your motion is to go into executive session pursuant to 4246(5)(a)(2), a session pertaining to litigation, potential or actual, correct?
Correct.
And it's regarding the bid for I assume the one that regarding Bentley and Tower. I don't have the exact number, if someone could list it off. PCR
33 now.
3324.
Correct. Formerly known as bid number 2024-322.
All right. And as far as the various positions, so if everyone hasn't noticed, some of us are in favor of holding, some of us are in favor of executive session. We kind of gotta like pick a lane. Otherwise, both are going to fail, and then we're going to have an interesting time on the actual vote. But to be clear, the reason why you're not hearing other reasons why potentially the vote should go one way or another is because some of us are purposely not stating them because we shouldn't be. Because the potential for actual or imminent litigation, we're not supposed to be discussing the merits either way when we're on the floor, when it should be done in closed session. Just like what we do for all the other things. This is no different. And I'm confused why we're pretending it is. Also, regardless of what we want, if we all vote yes or vote no, doesn't matter. We are targets for litigation. It doesn't matter if we go into executive session or not. That changes nothing as far as whether or not we're a target for litigation. What would be more problematic, though, is if you have people voicing a desire to discuss the matter because they have concerns or questions and being denied the ability to do so. That's not a great look for anybody. Because even if the hold is denied or the executive session is denied, or both rather are denied, I'm still not going to sit here and spout all the reasons yay or nay for this because I shouldn't. I'm not going to torpedo the city's legal strategy because others don't agree with my vote. I just won't. And nor should anyone else, frankly. I get that we wanted to get this done. I get that the project is great. None of this is news to anyone. We all want it to happen. Heck, even the bidders want it to happen. That's why they bid on it. But to not have the discussion just seems silly. It's not like it's going to be a big thing. We don't have to take a vote down there. In fact, we shouldn't be taking a vote in there, frankly. So whether or not the solicitor's there doesn't change that. He just is there to advise you about legal strengths and weaknesses. There's other things besides that. There are facts to discuss that can be discussed there. The solicitor doesn't change whether or not those facts exist. They simply do. So there's not a need for them there to reiterate what already exists as a fact. So I think we're getting a little caught up on semantics and things that don't matter as much as people realize. Yes, it would be great to have a solicitor. We all agree. Absolutely. The preference from the administration is for this to get addressed tonight. The preference from a lot of us is for this to get addressed tonight. The way to do that in the most efficient way possible and the way that actually makes sure we cover our bases and do our jobs is to just go into an executive session briefly. And then, guess what? If somebody gets tired of it or it's no longer productive, anyone can move to exit executive session. It's not a huge deal. Just go to executive session and get this over with. This seems silly to be debating whether or not to discuss something that we should discuss, and we all agree merits discussion. And in fact, everyone says, wow, there's other information, and without more information, my opinion won't change. Again, we are offering to provide additional information. If we don't go into executive session, you are denying the ability for that information to be provided. So please let us go there so we can do so.
So before us is a motion to move into executive session. Any other comments or questions from members of the council? Okay, so the motion before us, it's been moved and seconded, is to move into executive session to discuss PCR 3324. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
No.
Mr. Foley?
No.
Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Howe?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
6 yes, 3 no, motion passes.
Okay, now, before we get up, I would like a motion to see if we're going to go into executive session now, or do we want to continue with the council meeting that we have a lot of items that are before us, and I think we're on number 4, so we still have that. So again, we want to bring everything up for discussion. So Councilman Howe.
I make a motion that we go into executive session now.
Okay, is there a second on that? Second by Councilman McElroy, Councilman Lattiser. Okay, the clerk will call a roll that we move into executive session at this time.
Mr. McAllister?
No.
Mr. Foley? No. Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
7 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
We are now moving to executive session.
We taking this stuff? Yeah.
Good evening again, everyone. We are Councilman Sinapi.
So as far as actions taken in executive session, we convened and we had only one vote. It was on a motion to reconvene into open session. It was 9-0, it was unanimous for all council members. And now I'd like to move to seal the executive session minutes.
Councilman has made a motion to seal the minutes for executive session, second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Gephardt. Any questions or comments on that? Okay, the clerk will call the roll to seal the minutes from executive session. Yes.
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 Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9.
Okay, and then Councilman Sinapi.
So just to reiterate, for the sake of clarity, no other votes were taken, no other motions were heard in executive session. And I think we're good for now open session.
Do we need a vote to go back into open session?
So the vote we took at the end of the executive session was to reconvene into open session.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so now we are back and we are still discussing PCR 3324. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council on PCR 3324? Councilman Lattiser.
Are you moving for a vote on this now?
We're still discussing it, so any discussion, there's no motion before
right.
us. We're on the item right
We still
now.
have a whole bid package to go through, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, but right now we're doing the PCR, so we're just doing that right now, not the bid package.
So are you asking for any more comments on the PCR?
Correct. Right now, the item before us at this time is the City Hall Plaza improvement. We moved it off the consent calendar, so that is PCR 3324. So now we are open for any discussion, comments on that project.
My question is, if there's any more discussion, are you going to be moving for a vote on PCR 3324 now? Or is it going to be after we go through the rest of the bid package?
No, it's before us at this time, so we could, if that's the pleasure of the council, we could take a vote at any time right now. It is before us right now.
Okay, so with that said, assuming that you're going to be taking a vote on this right now, there's a lot of concerns that I have with this. One is the cost to maintain this in perpetuity. We have a potential $10 million refit at the 2 rinks that we have now. We have not been able to maintain those on time or efficiently for just a various amount of reasons. Could be money, could be staffing. We have so many items that need to be taken care of in this city, from water infrastructure to the 2 ice rinks we already have, to the public access areas, which I recently learned about at a Harbor Management Commission, that more than 2/3 of them are not being maintained because we don't have the staff to do it and we don't have the resources to do it. We have trees all over the city that we can't get cut down because we don't have adequate equipment. I know we have a new truck coming.
Mr. President, can I make a point of order, please? The discussion before the city council right now is on the bid to build a skating rink.
I know, but he has the floor at this time, so he still has the floor at this time.
So
Okay,
that's
but
why I asked the question.
these
If you're
aren't
voting on it,
agenda
If you're not
items.
voting on it,
I know.
then I don't need to
Excuse
talk
me,
about it.
excuse me. One person's going to speak. At this time, Councilman Lattiser has the floor, Mayor.
So if, Mr. President, if you are not going to move this for a vote after the comments from the council at this moment, then I don't need to say anything. But if this is going to be moved to a vote now, I don't want to be blindsided.
Correct.
that it's
You
being
have the
moved for a
floor.
damn vote, and I don't have an opportunity to speak. So I want to know, are we speaking now with the?
As I've said 3 times now, everyone, I've said 3 times. We are discussing PCR 3324. That is it. That is the ice rink. The floor is yours at this point. Go ahead.
So that's the point. For me, that's the point. I mean, obviously, this is something that I would think we all agree would be a great thing to have. I don't disagree with that. I understand that there's been a lot of work put into this. But from the beginning of it to current day, there's been a lot of other things that we've learned. We've learned about contractual increases just recently that we have to pay for. We have runaway costs on healthcare and pensions and free lifetime healthcare. We have infrastructure that is a major challenge to keep up with, which is very difficult to do because of finances, because of staffing, et cetera. At this point in time, I am not going to be able to support this item for all of those reasons. And that's where my position is, Mr. Chair. Perhaps someplace down the road, maybe. Councilman Gebhardt brought up the question earlier. I thought the question was well pointed. Could we use $8 million to bring the two rinks that we have now up to where they need to be maintained in perpetuity, as opposed to, let me back up, to be maintained a lot easier with all new equipment in there, as opposed to, let's not really do what we need to do there, but let's build a whole nother infrastructure. This is outside of just an ice skating rink. It's a whole new infrastructure that has to be maintained on the backs of the taxpayers, in addition to all of the other monies that we have to put out. My position is, I just feel the timing is wrong with this. I don't think it's something that we should be venturing into when we have so many other priorities that need to take place. It could be said, well, should we just give Senator Reid back the money? Well, perhaps his $5 million could be used for other items. I don't know. So that's where I am, Mr. President. I just wanted to be straight up with this as to what the reasoning is for my no vote when you take this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions or comments? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, for clarification, we already voted to move forward with this project. That's number one. Number two, Senator Reid did allocate. The administration went to the senator. The senator allocated money specifically for this project. Secondly, from the very beginning of the mayor taking office with the ARPA, he has been very vocal that he's going to be allocating ARPA funds for this project. So for the clarification, whether we have contracts coming up, whether healthcare is running amok, no matter any of that stuff, ARPA funds and this grant money cannot be used for either. So they are null conversations. That's a scare tactic, and we're not going to hear it. Finally, the people, the citizens are excited about this. We already have a local company that is willing to sponsor the name rights of that. It's revenue generating. The people coming into Apponaug, the people coming into the city of Warwick to ice skate with ample parking and a growing infrastructure, that's a good thing. This is an investment in the future, and an investment that came from pure federal dollars. That does not take away from our infrastructure. That does not take away from the benefits of our employees. That does not depend on the rising cost of contracts or health care. This is 100% recreational funding from the federal government between opera and a federal grant money to build an ice skating rink within our city for our citizens, direct use for our citizens, that will also bring in businesses that want to catch those citizens as they're looking to buy a hot chocolate, as they're looking to get a meal, these citizens with their children as they're looking to do other things. And then during the summer also have an alternate purpose. This is not just let's build it and walk away from it. This is build it and build it up from the infrastructure. Again, grant money, ARPA money. So that is the focus. And this is a project, and I want to respectfully remind my colleagues, we already approved this project. We already voted in favor of this project. This is the bid to move forward with the making the facility. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Councilman Gephardt.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Councilman Howe. I'll just add that in addition to the positive benefits to the community, much like our other ice rinks, this will be a source of revenue. I believe the administration modeled the Providence Skating Center in preparation, and there's a revenue stream there as well. I mean, Councilman Lattiser is not incorrect here, though. We clearly cannot let the infrastructure that we invest in languish for years and years and years. We have funded a substantial number of improvements and repairs, thankfully, many of them with ARPA dollars, but that really comes at the cost of not maintaining these things for years past. And so, we need to take care of what we have. We need to take care of what we're building here. But as you see, obviously there's a couple folks here to object, but they've got a horse in the race. But we don't have any members of the public, neither in support nor in opposition. But I think we would hear more if there was a resounding groundswell of opposition to us taking on this project. As has been mentioned, we approved this in the budget. We have, tacitly approved it with our support for the mayor and his priorities throughout both terms, and I think we'll support it here tonight. So, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the council that haven't spoken yet? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as a point of clarification, this project was approved in the previous budget. I voted no on the budget. So just a point of clarification.
Mr. President?
Mayor.
He did vote no on the budget, but we sent the design out to bid and he voted yes. We've spent over $600,000 in design for this project. An earmark grant cannot be used for anything other than an earmark grant. And I object to when the councilman says that we're having trouble keeping up with the infrastructure. We're not keeping up. We're playing catch up. From decisions that were made on this council floor prior to 3 years ago when I took over the mayor's office. When Councilman Lattiser was in leadership, those budgets passed. They didn't buy fire trucks. They didn't buy garbage trucks. They didn't buy plows. All of that happened here. We have spent $65 million on infrastructure from ARPA funds, lease purchase, grants. So I object to when he says that we can't keep up. We have kept up. We're keeping up. We're getting ahead. This city is a way better place than it was 3 years ago when we couldn't even pick up trash before midnight. So I object to that. We are keeping up, Councilman, and we're catching up to the mess that I was left. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Foley.
I make a motion to call the question.
Okay, do we have a second to that? Second by Councilman McElroy.
I make a
Why don't you
motion.
make a motion? Why don't you make a motion first? And
Yep. I make a motion for favorable action.
Second by Councilman McElroy. Now, just so I understand, you guys are sitting up here. So the public comment period was during the committees. So you spoke on that. So at this time, there's no more public comment period. I'm sorry, it's just the council at this time. So
Actually, I spoke with Judge Leach, and your solicitor will confirm this. He specifically indicated that we get a chance to speak to the full council. Specifically, and you can call him.
Sir, you can turn the mic off. I don't have a solicitor here.
So let me get the let me get the
Sir, you do not have authority to
straight.
speak. Excuse me. The Sergeant of Arms will turn the microphone off. I'm sorry, sir, but this is in the full council meeting. I was not told about any judge order, just what we were given this afternoon with what the solicitor said to us. He did not mention anything else. Thank you. So before us is a motion for favorable action. As I was saying, in committee earlier this evening, the members of the public were able to speak. They had that opportunity. They took that opportunity. It was moved to the full council. Now it is within the full council. So at this time, thank you very much. Councilman, right before us, we have a motion for favorable action, and it has been seconded. Any questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Sinapi.
Just a quick note for the record, the individuals did speak to the full council already. We all were here. We all were spoken to. So if any issue wants to be raised about it, it happened already. So I don't think Judge Leach is going to dither over the semantics of where we were sitting at the time. We're all in the room. We all were addressed. It might not be sufficient in some people's eyes, but that is what it is.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the motion? Councilman Ricks.
I'm just going to suggest that sometimes, and I'm going to suggest that this may be one of those times where it may be appropriate to open the floor up once again, let the public have one last opportunity to speak, and it may or may not sway our votes.
So we follow the council rules here. The opportunity was made. So you were suggesting we suspend the council rules to allow an individual another opportunity to speak on this, even though they already had an opportunity.
I would say that it is more than their rights as a member of the public would provide under our council rules. Certainly, it would be unusual for us to do this, but I think that we have the discretion to do that if we were to desire.
With all due respect, with that, Councilman Ricks, how is that fair to the individuals that were here earlier, know the rules, and left because they knew that there wasn't going to be an opportunity to speak again? So there could be individuals that were here from the other company or members of the public that were here that wanted to speak just on that. They're no longer here. So us changing the rules, I don't think is a good practice.
And that is true. It really would be giving almost an unfair advantage to give such an additional opportunity to speak under those circumstances. So,
well, we said we'd vote everything. So if you make a motion, if we get a second,
I'll move to allow public comment to reopen for a period of no more than 5 minutes per speaker.
is there a second to that motion? Is there a second to that motion? Second to that motion. So now is what is before us is to reopen the public hearing to allow each individual an additional 5 minutes to speak on this. Is there any questions on that motion? Councilman Howe.
So first parliamentary, we had a motion sitting. And I think what I'll do is refer to Councilman Sinapi, Mr. President, if that's okay.
Again, we're in a difficult situation here, so I think we should just vote everything up.
So I am going to vote against this, and I'll tell you why. One, I don't like it. You know, I think we have a rules, as you said, Council President. You come to committee, you speak in committee, discussion in committee, committee makes a recommendation. It then goes to the council for discussion amongst the council, because the council has a vote. The council gets the facts. I wasn't too fond of being told, again, another 3:30-hour thing. I wasn't too fond of having a lawyer bark at my council president while he's trying to conduct business within these council chambers. I don't need a reply. And I'm not too fond also that, you know, once again, it's trust my word, you'll hear from your solicitor, we get to address the whole, that's what the committee is for. So we understand the council rules. Getting barked at doesn't change the council rules. So I'm going to vote against this. I'm going to vote against this, and thank you. And I'd like to continue with the original motion that was made on the floor by Councilman Foley. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion that is before us that has been second is to reopen public comment and for an additional 5 minutes per speaker. The clerk will call the roll. a yes vote is to reopen to give an additional 5 minutes. A no vote is to continue with the council rules.
Mr. McAllister?
No.
Mr. Foley?
No.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
No.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Thank you. Motion fails. Now, Councilman Foley had a motion for favorable action, and that was seconded. And so we go back to that motion. Are there any questions or comments on that? Any questions or comments? Okay. Excuse me, gentlemen. So right before us now is a motion for favorable action on PCR 34-24. Any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll. A yes vote is for favorable action to the administration's recommendation on PCR 33-24.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 8 yes, 1 no, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. At this time, I would request a brief recess because we do have a lot of directors here that have been waiting, and then we'll go back into the Finance Committee. So Councilman Howell, when you're ready, you call the meeting. If you're following us, we're going to go to intergovernmental first. We have some residents that have been waiting patiently, and then we'll go into finance. I apologize to the directors, but we're going to do intergovernmental first for the residents that have been waiting. Thank you.
It is now 8:48, and the Intergovernmental Committee is now in session. The first order of business is the acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on March 18th, 2024. Do I hear a motion?
Favorable action.
I hear a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The first item on the agenda is PCR 20-24, a resolution requesting the General Assembly to enact legislation exempting from taxation the real property and the tangible personal property of the Rhode Island Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Councilman Sinapi?
Hi, so we received the fiscal note on this. It's an annual amount of $9,223.37 will be exempted annually if we were to pass this and the General Assembly was to pass this, as obviously both things have to occur. $5,599.11 is regarding the real estate tax bill for the portion of the property, and then $3,624.26 is regarding the tangible personal property for the coalition. So that is the driving point of the fiscal note. Because we have that, we can move forward and take action on it. Obviously, we don't have the standards yet for what we're going to do for nonprofits. However, I'm going to proffer exactly what I did last time. Insofar as, obviously, we've already voted forward the Center for Mediation, and based on the desire of the council, my plan was to let the General Assembly know, hey, to hold on to that until we get the standards put in place. That way they can be assessed accordingly in light of that. And because we already did it for them, I saw no reason not to do it for the coalition, especially because I can't think of a set of standards, frankly, for a nonprofit that they wouldn't qualify for. And they obviously do a lot of good work. There's really no debate in that regard. And I can't see a basis other than being arbitrary to say yes to the center, but no to the coalition, given that in both cases, we're going to hold it at the General Assembly stage anyway. So it's not like there's any harm. So that being the case, I request favorable action.
Any questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments from the council? Councilman Gabot?
Do we have the, was the fiscal note distributed?
No. So I got it during the meeting. I can forward it accordingly.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank you.
Point of order. So, through the chair to our legal counsel, as you probably remember, I'm the one that requested the fiscal note on this. And as of today, this fiscal note was not provided to the city council. Councilman Sinapi has indicated that he received a copy. The fiscal note was not submitted by Mr. Schaefer to members of the city council. And my question to the solicitor is, with that being said, is this fiscal note, can it be discussed at this time when we were not provided to it and it wasn't posted on the Secretary of State's website as part of the docket?
Thank you, Councilman. There's no requirement in the ordinance that the fiscal note be posted to the website. It is a traditional practice upon receipt. So I'm not sure if it was uploaded at some point today. It is indicated that this was sent out
it wasn't.
in advance of the meeting, but the ordinance doesn't speak to that prior posting. It does, however, speak to other advance notice. The question would be whether you are seeking to use a point of order to challenge the fulfillment. The intent of the ordinance is to disclose this information in advance of a decision. It is indicated that it's here, but not necessarily everywhere. So if it's a matter of whether you can be made satisfactorily aware of the information prior to making a decision, you could proceed. But if that information is not, you can use the point of order to request to delay it further.
Well, with this fiscal note not being presented to us on the council floor until perhaps in, a minute from now, we don't have it. And you certainly have no time to review it, discuss it, or question it. So at the very least, this item should be held until the next meeting so that we can all receive a copy of the fiscal note and have an opportunity to review it, question it, challenge it, or expand upon it.
Councilman, are you making that a formal point of order?
I am.
So and it's up to the chair.
Councilman Sinapi, do you have the fiscal note?
Yep, like I said, I got it during the meeting. After I got it, I forwarded it to Councilman Lattiser, and upon request from Councilman Gebhardt, I forwarded it to him.
You forwarded it to me when?
Approximately 2 hours ago,
2 hours ago.
6:51 p.m.
While we were in the meeting?
Like I said, I got it. That's when I got it.
That's my point, Councilman.
Yeah, no, I'm not
disputing
arguing that.
when you got it, and believe me, I'm not questioning your rationale for it. I'm questioning the fact that it wasn't sent to you or me or anyone else until you received it a couple of hours ago.
Yep, and I don't think there's any dispute in that. I have a vague recollection, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, on at least one council meeting where the fiscal note material was presented to us during the meeting and it was sufficient. However, to the solicitor's point, that doesn't stop you from challenging the point of order. I know that if the point of order goes your way, I intend on appealing it for a full vote by the committee. And then if the same thing happens in the council, I would do the same.
Pardon me, Mr. Chairman. If I might, just on the
Yes,
note
Chief.
of the distribution of the fiscal note. It was distributed from the Director of Assessing to the Finance Committee with the remaining members of the council blind carbon copied on the email prior to the beginning of the start of the council meeting. As soon as the document was available, we distributed it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. That's not timely, getting it this afternoon at 4 o'clock. And reading here, section 30-7, fiscal note shall be returned to the Finance Council, the Finance Committee of the City Council 7 days before the ordinance or resolution is to be considered by the City Council. So I just think that the best order is that we hold this at this time. I was notified that we did receive a fiscal note. It was after I was driving here. It was like 4:30 in the afternoon. I haven't seen it. So that would be my recommendation. Again, Councilman Snappy, I know we've done this before, but that is.
Where's that from?
The city ordinances, section 30-7.
Mr.
Wow,
President?
we should have had that on hand last time we had this. Womp womp. Yeah, that says what it says.
Okay, I make a motion to hold this until April 22nd.
Second.
All in favor?
Was that April
Aye.
22nd? April 22nd?
How did you vote?
I said yes. Okay. The chair votes yes, so we have a.
Nay.
Okay, it is continued to April 22nd on a 2-to-1 vote. The second item on the agenda is PCR 30-24, resolution to the General Assembly in support of legislation funding state aid to libraries at 25% of the local funds expanded. Councilwoman Travis on behalf of Mayor Pacozzi.
Yes, I move favorable action, please.
Just says favorable action.
Any questions or comments from the committee? Nope. Questions or comments from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. Chairman, we're on PCR 30-24, correct?
Yes.
I would like to request to be added as a co-sponsor on this, please.
Okay. Councilman Lattiser as a co-sponsor. Councilman Gebhardt, the same to you?
Okay.
Councilman Foley? Okay, any questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Move favorable action and
Sec-
for co-sponsorship.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is now 8:59, and the Intergovernmental Committee is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will now go back into the Finance Committee.
Why is that? Why do I have this thrice? There isn't. Looks like the same thing.
Getting warmed up.
Stealing my stuff? Stealing my stuff.
Did I? Oh, yeah, you can borrow mine.
No, microphone
check.
Yeah, good. That's it. Works for me.
Why not? Main Street Coffee's a lot more fun at night.
Oh, yeah, I know that. I walk by it. I don't go in.
You're just the morning gal.
The best is when people tell me stories. Don't go into Main Street Coffee in the morning and they're like, these old curmudgeonly men that sit there and just shout things at people.
My mic's
Oh, yeah, I
live.
know one of them. Hey, get off my lawn. I know one of them. That's
You know,
He's always
jealousy
offering to buy one. They actually say.
jealousy is an ugly thing.
How come every time I go there, there's a guy offering to buy our stuff for half the market value?
No toys for you. You're live. Anytime you're ready.
What's the 9:40? Yeah, but the second pitch is at 11:15. Yeah, they always start slow. They gotta warm up.
Hey, today?
Are we ready? Okay. Let's get Christie. Come on.
Miss Christie, poor Christie is still here. Oh, it's the fire guys.
They can stay.
They're used to late nights.
That's right.
Wow.
Good evening, welcome back. The time is 9:02 p.m. and the Finance Committee is back in session. Item number 5, bid 2025-010 Alpha, fire apparatus repairs. Christie? You have the floor.
Christy Moretti, Public Works. Public Works is requesting to award the bid for fire apparatus repairs to MES Shipments Fire Equipment Company and On-Scene LLC in the amount of $150,000 for a one-year period expiring June 7th, 2025.
Thank you. Any questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Christie, what did the department spend in this item last year?
$115,570.45.
Okay, I just rounded out to 116,000. That was all last year, 116,000 on repairs.
Yes.
So I can ask the question now, or I can ask it on the second item coming up. But why do you need 150,000 now?
Well, this bid doesn't start until June.
It's what, please?
This is a bid that starts June 8th of this calendar year, 2024, and it carries until June 7th of June 2025. So it's a new bid. We're asking for spending authority to have fire apparatus sent out to be fixed if it's something that we can't do in-house.
Yeah, well, it's coming. So actually, it's only 3 weeks over a fiscal year because this expires on June 7th. And by the way, thank you for coming here so much ahead of time on this too. I need to point that out as well. But I still don't understand why this needs to be increased to 150,000.
It's not an increase. It's a brand new bid. It's a brand new solicitation.
150.
For 100 for a 1 year period.
Yeah, last year you spent 116, and this year you're looking for 150, and then we compound it, and I'll talk to that on the next bid. I don't understand this, particularly where these. I'll leave the rest of my comments to the next bid, Chairman. Thank you, Christie.
Any further questions from members of the council? Question, comments from members of the public? Question, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Bid 2025-010 Bravo, fire apparatus repairs. I assume this is the same, Chrissy?
It is exactly the same. This request shares the cap as the previous bid, $150,000. So it's not $300,000. It's $150,000 between both requests.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
And what's the difference between A and B? One's like specialty and one's.
So the reason, this is much like our parts bids where we add vendors. So the first bid, the A, is the vendors that responded to the bid. The second part, B, is vendors that we need to be able to utilize should a piece of fire apparatus need servicing. So, for instance, we have Coastal International on there. That's their rescues, their international vehicles. We wouldn't send them to Greenwood Fire because they fix E1. So that's why we ask for
Got it.
all these vendors.
All right. So between all this covers all the different vendors you need for the different types of apparatus and
Yes.
the different pieces and parts of them. Okay, great. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Christie, so you're saying between A and B, it's a total of 150, not 300?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Also, on the bottom of the position paper from the purchasing agent, she states that the fire department is requesting a one-time purchase for an amount not to exceed $127,048. Funding for this project is reimbursable through HS EOC.
That's a completely different bid.
It's a totally different bid? I'm on
That
the
is
wrong
not
bid?
anything to do with Public Works.
Oh, you're right. Wow. Thank you for that, Chrissy. That's twice tonight you correct me. Thank you. Sorry about that.
All set, Councilman?
I'm all done.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next is item number 7, bid 2024-394, upgrades to Municipal Emergency Operations Center. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Assistant Chief Jason Ummenhauer with the Fire Department. The Fire Department went out to bid for upgrades to the Municipal Emergency Operations Center. 2 vendors submitted proposals. And the Fire Department is recommending that CCS Presentation Systems, located in Warwick, Rhode Island, be awarded the bid. The audiovisual system at the city's Municipal Operations Center has become outdated and is only partially functional. It also lacks any type of access control to prevent unauthorized people from entering the room during an emergency operation. The fall of 22, department received a Homeland Security Operations Center grant of $240,000 to upgrade the AV system and to add an access control system. The fire department is asking for the first part of this project to be awarded for an amount not to exceed $127,448. All this funding comes through that Homeland Security EOC grant.
Thank you so much, Chief. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Chief.
Councilman?
Now that I'm on the right bid, I can go ahead and ask my question. So this says the funding project is reimbursable through the HS EOC grant award. It says funding for this project is reimbursable. Is that to mean that we will be reimbursed for this?
Correct. So the money is already allocated to Rhode Island Emergency Management for it. Once we complete the project, and just like our other state and federal grants, we submit for reimbursement. So we already have the award letter that promises us the $240,000.
And is that 100% reimbursement, or does the city have to do a 20% match?
It's a 20% match. So the total award was $320,000. That's the project. 240 of it, or 3/4 of it's reimbursed by the federal government. The other 25% will be from our operating budget, our emergency management operating budget, which will come later this fiscal year, next couple months.
All right. Good job. Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next is item number 8, bid 2025-003, purchase winter sand. This is found on page 37.
Public Works is requesting to award the bid for winter sand for a 2-year period beginning July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2026. We're requesting to award to both bidders, Holliston Sand as well as G-Lopes for $80,000.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Christie, with the new building that we have, shed, whatever formal term you call it, do you have enough room in there with the sand that I'm assuming you have left over today to hold another $80,000 worth of sand? Or is this something you'll kind of bring in as you go along?
This is a 2-year bid that doesn't start until July 1. So it carries us for a 2-year period. And yes, as we use it, we replenish.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Christy. We now are at the part where I am going to ask on members of this committee, members of the council, and members of the public if they have any items they'd like to discuss. We've had a extended amount of time to review this. Yep, there it is. Okay, thank you. I withdraw my last statement, and now we will go into item number, oh, that's right. Okay, so item number 8 is now item number 9. One moment. Thank you, Chrissy. We are now moving into item number 9, which is bid 2024-428, purchase of refrigerant for Thayer Warburton arenas. Christie.
So this request is a 56-6 to purchase 80 24-pound cylinders of refrigerant for the ice rinks. We are purchasing it directly from the manufacturer rather than having our vendor, our HVAC vendor purchase it for us. Then we'd have to pay a markup. The cost is $66,240.
Thank you. Questions from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you, Christy. Now we are at the time where I will ask the committee, the council, and the public if there are any items they wish to discuss. Pull from the bid package for discussion. Members of the committee. Thank you. Are there any items that members of the council would like to discuss? Councilman Lattisaur.
Item number 15, 2024-231, found on page 88, remove and replace flooring at Pilgrim Center.
Thank you. Are there any other items that members of the council or this committee would like to discuss? Are there any items members of the public would like to discuss? Any items members of the public? So I believe it'd be DPW is here to discuss bid 2024-231, remove and replace flooring at Pilgrim Senior Center. Good evening, Chrissy.
Christy Moretti, Public Works.
Thank you. Councilman Lattisaur, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I know this bid goes back a little ways, I think to February 5th, when we originally talked about this.
Councilman, please just move up to the microphone,
Sorry.
please. Thank you.
Okay. February 5th, when we initially had a pretty lengthy discussion about this, and has the flooring that DPW was going to remove to save like 21,000, has that been done yet?
None of it's been done yet.
None of it's been done. How come?
The project hasn't been started yet.
I see.
We have to coordinate with the senior center. It's probably going to require some sort of closure.
Okay. And now you're saying that there'll be some reallocation from Pilgrim flooring allocation to replace OS and Y valves on the sprinkler system. How does that come about? Where we take the money from that and move it over to something else? How does that come about?
So if you'll indulge me for a minute, we initially awarded this bid at $83,871.67. We had reduced the square footage that we were going to replace because we were told that there was only an $80,000 allotment to do the floor. I received a new copy of the ARPA funding, which showed that the senior center actually had two allotments for flooring. One was $80,000 and one was $35,000. So we went back to the finance department, confirmed that that money was actually available, and are now asking to do the whole project scope of $104,965. With the balance of the funds that are left over, which is approximately $11,000 from the flooring that they have available, there's two sizable valves in the basement at the Pilgrim Senior Center that are corroded and desperately need to be replaced, which is around $6,000. So our request was to do the entire scope of work for the flooring and replace those two valves, and there'll still be a couple $1,000s left over.
So on what date did you receive that information that there was more monies available in the APRA
I
Fine.
don't remember specifically. It was right before the docket deadline,
Right before the docket?
right
of-
before the deadline for this docket.
For this
too.
docket?
Yes.
So with the real heavy emphasis on, and to your credit, with the heavy emphasis on saving $21,093 by removing some portions of the floor with our own staff, why is that not so important now? Why not still do that and use the remaining opera monies for something else?
I think that you misunderstand. Our staff was not removing anything. We eliminated a section of flooring in that facility because originally it was our understanding that they only had $80,000. So for round numbers, let's say we had to do 4,000 square feet of flooring and it came in at $104,000 and we only had 80. So we took away 400 square feet of flooring to make it closer to what was available. We weren't replacing anything in-house.
That was back on the February 5th?
Yes.
Well, on February 5th, I have notes here that I asked questions about with respect to the $21,000, if it included overhead on that, if it included insurances, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we had a conversation about that. There was nothing said then that, oh, we eliminated the square footage. It's not that
Yes,
we're
we
not
did.
removing it.
We
did?
absolutely did.
Oh, I'll have to listen to that one again. So this information that you received from whomever on the opera monies, that was just made known to you just recently?
Yes, it's listed under senior services, which I wouldn't normally pay attention to because it's not public works money for senior services, but I did happen to notice on the spreadsheet that there was another allocation of $35,000. So I went to my director and said, we could probably do the whole scope of work that we bid if that money is in fact available. And it is.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted, to have the record indicate that this is something you just received before this council meeting, as far as that extra money is available.
Right. I don't normally pay attention to other departments' ARPA funding.
No, I understand. No, I'm not complaining about that. Just indulge me here for 1 minute, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think that's all I have right now. I'll have to kind of circle back on some of my research on this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? May I have a motion on PCR 32-24?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 2, PCR 15-24, resolution relative to issuing requests for proposals in the American Rescue Plan Act community projects. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one this evening. It is to buy 2 new basketball hoops for Greenwood Elementary School. The entire neighborhood uses those hoops, and they need some TLC. Talked to the school department. They are putting a new playground, or at least fixing up the playground, which has been closed all year, but they do not have any plans for the basketball hoop. One of the hoops, I can reach up and touch the net, and I'm not exactly 6'10", so they're long overdue. I have a letter of support from the Greenwood PTO and a number of members that live in the neighborhood, and also members that no longer have children that go to Greenwood, but have older kids that play on the basketball court as well. So I respectfully request the support of the council on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Are there questions, comments from members of the council? Are there questions, comments from members of the public? May I have a motion?
Favorable action. Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The time is now 9. I already did it. The time is now 9:23 p.m. The Finance Committee is closed. We already did it. I opened it at the beginning, and then when I went to PC. Bam. And look what, and we still finished late. I'm trying to, 9:40. We're trying to get there. Long enough to know that I.
The next meeting is the public properties or land use. Community affairs.
It's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
just chatting. Let me double check something. Here we go. The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 9:25 p.m. First, acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on March 4, 2024. Do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
All in favor?
Aye.
First item on the agenda is for second passage. This is Councilman Sinapi, PCO-1-24 Sub A, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick, Allen Bryan Realty Co. and Worldwide Real Estate Inc. petitioners. This is Assessor's Plat 260, lots 38 and 39, 0 and 211 Commonwealth Avenue. Councilman Snappy, do you have a recommendation? All right. Do we have comment, members of this committee? Comment, members of the City Council? Comment, members of the public? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only comment I have is it's more of a request. So on the sign-offs from the various departments, if in the future, if the department heads could not only sign them, but if they could print their name, because there is at least two people that I was not able to confirm receiving a sign-off on. And it could be that I just can't read their writing, or it could be they're not in here altogether. But when you go through the sign-offs, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 10 departments that should be signing off, and I don't find 10 sign-up sheets. By the way, I'm going to support this. I don't have a problem with the request on it. It's just for the processes moving forward. If department heads could not only sign, but either type or print their names so that we can readily tell who it is.
Fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I don't believe that there are any of the sign-offs missing. I would believe that perhaps some weren't printed or included with the packet, but I think that the planning department would have made sure that all of the various sign-offs were in fact received from the respective departments prior to this coming on the agenda. And I did see the checklist showing all of the departments had signed off. So I think it is.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. May I comment on that?
Please.
So I don't know what's in your binder, but in my binder, I only have 8 sign-offs. I don't know how many you have, but in the documents, it's got listed 3, 6, 10. So that's my point. I'm not trying to raise a ruckus about this. I'm just respectfully requesting that we have a signature and we have a sign, a print. That's all. And 8 isn't 10. Thank you.
I agree. I similarly only see 8 of the documents in the packet, but I have no reason not to believe that the other 2 sign-offs were not in fact signed based on the checklist. Go ahead.
Chairman, that comes out of my office. Those director reports, they get sent out from my office and get returned to my office. I've already sent Carrie Lynn an email to correct it. So we will have that corrected. She
Say
should be
again?
making sure that all of them are there when you receive
Oh,
it.
okay, great.
Got you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any further discussion, members of the council or members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Favorable action, second passage. Second and last on the agenda, this is, I believe, co-sponsored by the entire city council. I'd be looking at the recommendation from Council President McAllister. Item number 2 is PCR-29-24, resolution supporting Governor Daniel McKee's Keep Rhody Litter Free campaign. Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this is Governor and Mrs. McKee are putting together a campaign trying to educate residents and children on litter and encouraging groups to get together to do cleanups and really educate the youth on the damage that litter can do to our city and to our environment. So if the council and I'm not going to ask for support of this, we would be the first city to support the Litter Free Rhode Island coalition, and the governor is going to ask all 39 cities and towns. But once again, Warwick can be a good leader in this. And we have a number of cleanups coming up, many of them organized by council members for Earth Day. So we've already been doing this, and I think the more attention that we can bring to cleanups and taking care of our environment, the better. So I thank everyone for already agreeing to be a co-sponsor, and I ask for favorable action this evening.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members of the committee?
I'll just make a quick comment that in addition to the broader program, there's also a fund of dollars available. So for instance, any neighborhood association or organization can apply for up to a $750 litter grant which can be used to buy garbage bags or those little pokey things. So I've applied for my neighborhood association has applied for one of those grants, and they'll be, dispersed to help support cleanup efforts. So definitely look into that. If you have any cleanups coming soon, there's support behind this initiative in the financial sense. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. So Councilman Gebhardt, seriously, I wasn't aware of that. So in my ward, I have 3 neighborhood associations. Would all 3 qualify for that?
I believe that is the case. You can go on Litter Free RI or whatever their webpage is and apply for the grant. There's a pretty streamlined form where you can put in what you need for materials, what you need for refreshments, for marketing, there's a number of different categories. You fill it out, and I haven't heard back yet, but we probably applied maybe a week ago. They ask that the applications be in 30 days prior to your event.
Great. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Further comment?
I'm sorry. I just want to add one more thing. Thank you for that. And there's also literature, books that they're providing, stories for elementary schools. So you can make a request on behalf of your elementary school as well, and they'll supply a classroom size of books. They're just getting the books thing. I heard from the governor's office today on that. So I'll get that information out and to the council members and the school committees and that they're elementary school books. So to get the books into the students as well as part of this education program.
Thank you. Further comment, members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs concludes at 9:35.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now back in the full council meeting. If you are following along, we have done roll call, we have done general communications, we did executive communications, and we did the acceptance of the minutes. So now we're on page 2 of the agenda. First up is the announcement of appointments. There are none. Number 2 is the appointments requiring confirmation. There are none. So number 3 this evening is the consent calendar, PCR 32-24, resolution relative to bids, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 2024-427, bid 2024-429. Bid 2025-010 Alpha, bid 2025-010 Bravo, bid 2024-394, bid 2025-003, bid 2024-428, bid 2025-023, bid 2024-426, bid 2024-425, bid 2025-004, bid 2025-006 Alpha, bid 2024-231, bid 2024-218, bid 2023-305, bid 2025-006 Charlie, bid 2024-024, bid 2025-005, bid 2025-007, bid 2025-002, bid 2025-008, bid 2024-421. That concludes the consent calendar, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on the consent calendar.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy? Yes. Mr. Riggs?
Yes.
Mr. Nappi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes. There was 2 items that were removed from the consent calendar. One was bid 2024-322, which is now PCR 33-24. That was voted as favorable action 8-1. The second item, Councilman Howe, that was removed from the consent calendar.
Formerly bid 2024-319 ammunition is now PCR 3424. The committee recommended favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
This was requested a PCR by Councilman Lattiser.
Okay. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we all heard my questions and my comments. This is an item that in its current value of $150,000, I'm not going to be able to support that. And the reason being, I think that's a much higher request than what has been supported by where the current inventory is, what the cost of the rounds are, the total amount of ammunition used. And I feel that that additional $50,000 on there is, I can't justify it in my mind based upon all the information that I've received. I don't begrudge or feel that the police department doesn't need ammunition to do what they need to do. Fully support it, totally agree with it. This is strictly a monetary thing for me, and I cannot wrap my arms around that $150,000 given the inventory that is still there, what was used prior, the cost of the rounds, etc. So I will be voting no because of a monetary opinion I have on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Sinapi.
Just a quick thing. So I'm going to vote yes, but I'm similarly concerned with the cost of the ammunition, because I know ammunition's shockingly expensive. It almost always goes up. So I get the need to stockpile it. And frankly, if we put it back out to bid, there's no guarantee that by the time we finish the process, we'll get a lower cost. That being said, it does seem like the price of this one's a little odd. I don't know if at the time that the original bid was back then that maybe that this particular ammunition was in stark shortage than normal. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. But as long as someone's taking a look at this going forward, and not just with this kind of thing, but I mean, frankly, it should be for all bids so that we're not sitting there rubber stamping things that where costs have dropped dramatically and are projected to stay relatively lower compared to the prior bid, because we shouldn't be gouging ourselves when the market does that for us half the time. So just something to keep in mind, please.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions or comments? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I think that Councilman Lattiser makes some excellent points here. I think that perhaps this is one of those situations where when those bids went out, some of these different companies, they just put out those real highball numbers, and we didn't get perhaps a company that was acting a bit more reasonably, putting out a reasonable number here. Perhaps there was something going on with the market, but just based on the costs per unit versus what one can see at retail, it doesn't sound quite right. Plus, just the sheer amount at this time seems a bit high. So for those reasons, as stated by Councilman Lattiser, I have to agree with his logic here and will vote no on this item.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilman Gephardt.
I won't repeat everything that everyone said. On the original pricing that we got from the three vendors who provided pricing. There were two that were relatively even, and then one that was roughly half the price. It was later identified that that vendor was not reliable and would not guarantee that pricing for the period of time that we would expect over the course of a bid. That said, we've extended this bid and extended the funding on it, and it is probably due to go back out and get some updated pricing, especially coming out of the pandemic. There was a lot of hoarding and overbuying and all of that sort of thing. So, it's not the biggest item in the agenda. I mean, in the budget, but as has been said before, we should just do our diligence. So, not going to hold this one up tonight, but I do think this needs another look. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 7 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Now we're moving on to unfinished business. First up is PCO 1-24 Sub A, Committee Report, Land Use.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. Second by Councilman Gephardt, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action for second passage. Yes.
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 Thank you. Second passage. Next up is PCR 20-24, the committee, the hold till April 22nd. New business this evening. Number one is PCR 15-24, Committee Report, Finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number two this evening is PCR 29-24, resolution supporting Governor McKee's Keep Rhodey Litter Free campaign. Committee report, Community Affairs.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilwoman Travis. Second by Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number three this evening is PCR 30-24, resolution to the General Assembly in support of legislation funding state aid to the libraries. Committee report, Intergovernmental.
Favorable action, Mr. President.
For action, Councilwoman Travis. Second by Councilman Lattiser. And I believe a number of individuals have been requested to be added as a co-sponsor. Ward 1, Ward 5, Ward 9, Ward 4.
Respectfully request, Mr. President.
Okay, it looks like, raise your hand if you'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. All right. Let the record show that the full council would like to be added as a co-sponsor to PCR 30-24. Any other additional questions or comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Ward 1, anything to docket under unanimous consent? Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6. Ward 7 passes. Ward 8. Ward 9. Councilwoman Travis. All those in favor to move into docket session, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We are in docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening? Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
One item, Mr. President. Request for a traffic study on,
Do they hear it?
yeah, on Ansonia Road, north side of the Shell station.
Public safety? Public safety. Ward
Pass.
4. Ward 5.
Traffic study, is that all right, public safety? It's a request. Yeah. No, city one. Requesting a traffic study.
Councilman Howe, can you just do yours one more time for the solicitor?
So I'm requesting a traffic study. I don't think I have to docket that. I'll
okay.
docket
It's
it
a
afterwards. So
requesting
I
of a traffic
apologize. I withdraw that docket. I apologize. I got the
Okay. I thought you-
logistically messed up.
Okay. Ward 5, anything to docket? Ward 6? Ward 7 passes. Ward 8.
So amendment to the abandonments ordinance? Did I get that right?
Ordinance Committee. Ward 9.
Pass.
Thank you very much. We are adjourned.